Alright, hello everyone. Let us make some adjustments here and get everything sorted for the beginning of the Tiny 10 Remix number 4. Now featuring loads of tech issues, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it the best we can, and we will bring you hopefully a wonderful race here today on RGL TV. Our 4th Tiny 10 Remix featuring games exclusively from Tiny 10's number 7 through 11. And the men who put the Tiny 10 races together are here with us today to provide some wonderful commentary. I am joined by E Bloody Candy and Mo. Guys, hello. How are you? And you can't hear me. Okay, hang on. You guys can hear me on the stream, but Mo and EBC cannot hear me. Now they can hear me. And guys, I just gave you a wonderful glowing introduction that you couldn't hear. So please say hello to the people.
Part of it because I was actually listening to the stream.
You monster! How dare...
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Imagine not watching RGL stream.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Let's reset this timer here. We're just gonna talk you guys through everything that I'm doing live because this is a mess. Our normal setup is unavailable to us today, so this is very much a by the seat of my pants situation. So I apologize if the I see that we can see someone's video quality settings up. That's pretty cool. Let's try to fix that. Yeah, great. Go away. Good. All right. We got that fixed, maybe. Let's see what we got here. This is, okay, someone has this up. Yeah, closed. God bless 360p. Big fan of being able to adjust settings down. Not such a big fan of settings that can't be adjusted down on Twitch. Thanks, Twitch. Keep on twitching. I bet I could adjust all the settings if they had a hot tub. But they don't. So I can't.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. Jaws hot tub stream.
Jaws. Stay tuned after the race.
That's where the money is at.
For the Jaws hot tub stream.
Yeah.
All right. So we have Ariel's audio up. He's going to be kicking us off with the audio here. We'll be adjusting it around as best we can. It'll probably take an hour and a half to get there at this point, but, you know, do what we can. It looks like our top 4 are more or less working.
I mean, Shin's moving. That's really all that matters. As long as they turn into Action Bastard, we're fine.
Uh-oh. Here, let's see. Come on. Let's see if this isn't too potato quality. That's pretty potato-y.
I mean, it's Game Boy. It needs to be at least 1440p.
That's true.
Someone is running at 1080-60. I don't remember who it is, but it's like, you know, maybe a touch overkill for the old Game Boy. I admire that they want to show off all of the.
I definitely don't
the
stream
quality.
my Game Boy and retro stuff. I definitely don't stream my retro stuff at 1440p. Nope.
I 100% lean into being able to stream retro stuff at retro quality. Okay.
Well, the only reason I use 1440p is because of YouTube. So, like, to work around YouTube's algorithm, if you record or encode your video at 1440p, YouTube will give you the better encoding to make your games not look like hot trash. So I just record everything in 1440p.
Well, there you go.
Retro, new gen, whatever.
That'll be it. Okay, let's check and make sure everyone is good.
I'm a man of efficiency. Seems like it.
Come on, Discord. Someone asked for another day in the race channel. Sorry, guys. Not happening.
No dice.
Okay, that's not... Yeah. This ain't over. let's get rid of this music. It makes me nervous that Shin has not moved for like a minute on Aerial stream. Yeah, and there it goes. All right, great.
He's posing.
All right, it looks like everyone's ready. Now I just have to remember how to start these races. You would think it would just be like race start. Oh my god, I can't even scroll through this. There we go. Hey guys, why don't you run down the games list here real quick while I get this sorted.
Game list? Oh, I'd love to go through this game list. Alright, well first of all, we got Crayon Shin-Chan 2, and Mo's gonna love this part because he loves it when I announce Japanese stuff. Ora to Wanpaku Goku Does So. Nailed it. 10 out of 10. AKA Shin-Chan number 2, AKA the time you turn into Action Bastard and beat up your principal that's wearing underwear at the end of the game. Pretty straightforward, a little platformer, kind of a hold rider, and basically jump to avoid things. It's a one-hit kill game, but Shin does have a bubble wand that he can use to dispatch his enemies, so to speak. Throughout the game, there are going to be some mini-games that the runners will have to encounter. Mostly mini-games are pretty straightforward. You do purposely lose them. The only mini-game that's going to give our runners a bit of a hard time will be rock, paper, scissors, because there is some extra stuff to that game. It's not just a straightforward rock, paper, scissors game, and we'll touch base on that when our runners get to that. Motocross Maniacs. Clear all A courses in solo mode. Motocross Maniacs, it's a pretty interesting game. Kind of think of like Excite Bike, but better. So, are runners allowed to use the ground glitch in this mode?
If they know how to pull it off, for sure, yeah.
Alright. So there is a cool little glitch in Motocross Maniacs where our runners can glitch into the ground and basically just use this glitch all the way through to complete their races. It is a time trial-based game, and all of these courses do have a set amount of time that they have to finish. However, they can't pick up time power-ups to extend that time throughout the course, along with other power-ups to boost themselves. It's not a straightforward just run around the laps. It's a lot of ramping, a lot of physics, a lot of memorizing the courses. And the A courses are the easiest of them all. Quirk, heading out 99 RMS. Quirk is a, well, quirky little puzzle game. You're a little blobby boy that needs to push around some blocks to get to the end. I believe Quirk has friends in the 99 RMS as well, or is that Amazing Tater?
I think it's just Quirk in this one, yeah.
Just Quirk in this one? All right.
I mean, in the normal levels, you sure have buddies, but not in the heading out as far as I can remember.
So yeah, our runners will just basically be memorizing some puzzle patterns to get through those stages as quick as possible. A very cute, adorable puzzle game. Can cause some frustration though, especially if you're blind going into it, simply because it is a puzzle game.
Mm-hmm. Next we also, all the things are random, so it gives you a pool of like 10 to 15 different puzzles, and some can be mirrored throughout the thing. So it's not 99 different puzzles. It's like the same thing over and over and over again, but just a little randomized.
Yep. Then we have Jetsons Robot Panic. This game is actually pretty interesting and kind of neat. It's not like, like you would think. You don't play as George the entire game. Actually, you don't play as George at all until the final stage. The game is actually really neat where you get to play as individual Jetson characters throughout the game, and the stages are themed, and the attacks are themed after each character.
Please,
So
hey,
Elroy
hey,
shows up
everyone!
Yo-Yo is like in a toy town.
Real quick. That's great about the Jetsons. It's a wonderful game, and you guys will see it. Please send angry hate mail to Twitch, like spam whatever. Like send it on Twitter or like I don't know, TikTok, whatever. Because Jesus Christ. Yes, no. Let's sit through this next 23 seconds of this fucking Marvel ad. That's whatever this is for. Is it? Oh yeah, no. It has some glowing reviews from like dipshit.com. That's wonderful. Yes, that's brilliant. Oh, man has some greasy hair and he changed his outfit. Apparently, it's a Magneto thing. It said it was magnetic.
Well, you don't like Loki?
I low-key want to strangle someone for being responsible for what the fuck is going on. Like, I just want to run a fucking race. I apologize. I won't curse during the race, but you know, headphones for the young ones right now. I just want to run a race. I want to produce a race that people can enjoy participating in and watching. And Twitch has other ideas. So thanks, Twitch. Go away. There, see, I fixed it. I said something polite.
Am I allowed to talk about the Jetsons?
Yeah, you know what? Let's just start the race. Okay. Okay.
Well, I guess y'all don't know about the other games. So.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell people when we get started.
Nope. They're gonna have to figure it out.
Dude, how are you gonna like... No good deed goes unpunished! There they started, alright. I'm just gonna, like, create a prayer circle for my computer for the rest of the race. Jesus Christ.
Alright. It looks like our racers are off.
Yeah, the timer started, but the racers are probably, you know, or their streams are probably like 2 hours behind. So, you know, the race will begin for you guys watching at home, you know, sometime between now and eternity. I dare not refresh anyone's stream again, though, because God forbid, I mean, we're going to get an ad for like Game of Thrones or something. As long as we're hitting these things at the peak of their popularity. Well, it looks like someone made it past the title screen. So, congrats to, oh, there we go! Alright, Ariel, fantastic.
There we go.
It only took 1 minute and 5 seconds for Twitch's feed to catch up with what we're doing here. So great. That's, yay, Twitch.
Alright, so here we go. We're in Shin-Chan 2, so watching Ariel's stream here. You can see that Shin can pretty much walk on any platform he so desires. This game did a phenomenal job of like kind of pulling out the foreground and background. You will notice that in the bottom of the thing, there only thing you'll see is soda cans and 1-ups. There is no health bar, so like I said, it's a one-hit kill if you do get touched. You saw the first mini game there was sumo wrestling against Georgie. And pretty much you just mash A to ring out Shin to get out of that as fast as possible. Something that you're not going to see, at least very often, is the spit bubble from Shin. You're going to just see Shin jump on top of people's heads most of the time. As we go through stage 2 here, Shin has to walk Whitey the dog through various parts of the stage, basically hold right. So you're wondering why, like how I said that one-hit kills. If you collect a bunch of soda cans, those actually count towards hit points for you. So that's why you're gonna see some of the runners collect a lot of these soda cans just so they can just take that initial damage and keep walking forward. Same with the smiley faces.
Yeah, the smiley faces are normally used for playing the bonus games at the end of the stage, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can use them as an extra hit, but you will lose them. So, but which is good because you don't want to play the bonus games in a speedrun, of course.
Exactly. So the stage that Ariel is on right now, you're racing to the end of the park, and there's a bully chasing you. The bully is manipulatable. If you jump, he'll jump most of the time. If you slow down, he'll typically get ahead of you but stop. If you jump on his head, you can actually stop him for a short time. And if you get him in the grass underneath the tree, he'll slow down. But he can be a pretty big bully if you don't have an extra life with you, because his movement can be pretty random. So you can see Ariel now doing the soccer or football game here, and what is going to happen here is that Ariel wants to get blocked by the goalie every shot, and they want to leave the net open for their opponent. Just speeds up the minigame. Unfortunately, Shin has to do some acrobatics, though, to kick the soccer ball. Fun fact, this minigame is actually kind of hard to win when you actually want to win this one. Like, it's easy to be a goalie in this one, but it's hard to score, because the AI can be kind of a jerk sometimes. Or you get what happens with JKL, where just sometimes the AI just moves, and you score and you have to go through an extra second of cutscene. Oh, we have the Nautica section here with Shin. So basically, you get to the end of the stage, you gotta talk to the cashier. And depending on what you choose, the cashier basically says, maybe next time, and then you move on to the next stage. I believe it's either this stage or stage 2. If you don't answer with the correct answer, you actually have to restart the stage. So, pretty brutal if you choose the wrong answer. So here we are, Ariel is in the final stage of Shinchan 2. This stage is rough because when you try to walk up the hills, Shin is significantly slower walking up hills, so you want to jump up the hills. One big problem with this game is that the enemies show up pretty quick on the side of the screen, so as you're jumping up the hill, the enemies can pop out of nowhere. So here's the rock, paper, scissors game. So ideally what you want to do is that you want to lose this rock, paper, scissors game as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Ariel got a win, and we'll be moving on to the next round of rock, paper, scissors. So the way the rock, paper, scissors game works is that when you win or lose, you have to pick a direction: up, down, left, right. So right there, Ariel lost and chose the correct direction that Mossy pointed to. So they got out of the rock, paper, scissors game fairly quick there. So you can see right there, like, jumping up the hill is pretty dangerous because the enemies are quick. Their momentum doesn't stall at all. This platform segment can be pretty big of a pain because there are trigger points for these platforms to move. You can make them a little faster, but if you mess up at all, you die and basically start at the start of the stage again, because there are no checkpoints until now. So here we have the Action Bastard suit, and we are facing off against our principal, who is just wearing underwear. So with this one, this fight is pretty time-based and kind of tough. You have to either get the principal on the side of the screen and just basically mash the shoot button, or you have to time your taps just right with your shot to take out the principal. The problem is that the principal gets loose, it hides behind the pillars, and if you lose your Action Bastard suit, the only way to take out the principal then is to jump on their head, and this principal is very, very random with its movement as well, too, and the hitboxes is pretty bad. So yeah, with that's Shinchan 2. Ariel will be moving on to Motocross Maniacs.
Yeah, you will be waiting a few seconds between each game for people who are like not using an emulator and things like that. So it's fair, at least.
So you can see there's a use of the spit bubble right there with JKL streaming. JKL now getting the Action Bastard suit. So Motocross Maniacs, man, this game goes from 0 to 100 real quick in difficulty. As you can see here, the Ariel here and soon Narblast have to traverse through these tracks, and everything is very like momentum and physics based. If you land wrong, you crash and lose a lot of time. If you ever play like a Trials game, this is like the beginning game of the Trials games, essentially. You see our runners collect the N token, which is Nitro. T for time. S is what? Is that speed? Is that what S is? Or is T for tire? I don't remember anymore. It's been a while.
No, T is the time bonus, so that will give you extra time. I'm trying to think. I think S is tire, if I remember correctly. And there's also R, which is the it gives you the. No, it's not. Is R tire? No, I'm confused.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember either. There is another power-up that gives you the ability to nitro boost in the air. Or can you do that
That's
always?
the jetpack.
Yeah, the jetpack. But I don't... Like, the letters are weird. Like, once I knew what they meant, but now I don't anymore, clearly. And there's also this thing, which probably nobody will pick up. But if you do a loop at certain points... Yeah, the jet is the jetpack to boost in the air. There we go. You can see it on Josh's stream. But there's also a thing when you pull off a loop in the air at certain spots, you can unlock a little guy that follows you, which basically it's kind of like an extra hit, quote unquote. You will just lose it, but you won't fall down. Oh yeah, so the S gives you more speeds. You can see the thing at the bottom. When you do not have an S yet, it can't go all the way to the right. And the R is tire, and tire makes you go through the sand pits faster, but it will still slow you down. But it will help you.
Yeah, so our runners use Nitro quite a bit through this. Not so much to like speed up, but to land in proper places and to hit certain loops to get power-ups. Our runners want to avoid the sand traps, so that's why you'll see a lot of nitro boosting off of ramps as well too. And that little like half loop that Ariel just did is actually quite tough to pull off. The controls in this game, like, they're straightforward, but sometimes when you need to go backwards off of a ramp, it's not the easiest thing to do.
You definitely have to be very careful with some of these loops. Luckily, the first 4 stages are pretty simple to get through, even if you fall down a lot.
Yeah.
But afterwards, it gets quite tough.
Gets tight, yeah. So our runners, as they're going through, even if they are the best motocross maniac player ever in the world, they still have to collect the T power-ups, because there is actually not enough time to finish a race without collecting a T power-up towards the end of the run. So our runners do need to collect the T power-ups to have enough time to complete these trials. But yeah, we're going to go over some of these rocks. The rock hitboxes are a little weird as well too, because you do have to pull back to go into a wheelie to go over them. And yeah, I mean, this game is... If you've played Excitebike, you've played a little bit of the physics engine to this game, but I honestly, I'll more compare this game to like a Trials game than I do Excitebike.
Yeah, so they're all playing on the A courses. The only difference between A, B, and C is that the timing is even tighter between all of them. Like, the levels are completely the same, but it's just harder to do. Seems to be going okay for everybody, at least. We have not seen a clip yet.
Not yet. If you do lose a race, you go back to the title screen, I believe you can choose the last stage you were on.
Yeah.
So you lose a little bit of time, but it's not punishing where you have to restart the entire game again.
Indeed.
It's
that is a really fun game. Even casually, this is a lot of fun to play. Yeah. Oh, there you see the little guy on. Oh, but yeah, Josh fell immediately, so we lost him. I think you can have two with you.
Yeah. You can have up to two aides with you. I don't even know what stage Ariel is on right now.
It's hard to tell, yeah.
I lost track.
Oof, that was a bad fall for JKL there. Let's go all the way through the sand pit.
Yeah. Yeah, the sand pits suck. I mean, even if you have like the tire upgrades to go through the sand pits still slow you down pretty significantly. Depending on where JKL is at in the race, whether they're at the end, towards the end, or towards the beginning, they'll want to maybe go out of their way a little bit just to get some extra T icons to bump up that time. Because if you look at the bottom of the screen on the right-hand side top, there's that time bar that's ticking down. Once that's empty, they lose. Like, it's the end of the race, right? Arcade style. And right below that are their nitro boosts. That's how many times they can nitro before they're out of nitro. And have to collect more. Than the left-hand side is their tire gauge, just saying like how strong their tires are, and their speed gauge as well too. So.
Ariel is in stage 5, JKL in 4. So yeah, 5 now it's gonna start to get quite tight for everything.
Yeah, this is where the game starts to really turn up the heat. One thing I've always liked about this game is that whenever you go up a hill, you're never like on the platform. You're like 5 pixels off the platform when you're going uphill. But when you're going down something, your bike is like inside the ramp. So good.
Yeah, the hitboxes are a little bit weird. And again, we haven't seen the clip yet, and I can't really explain how it works either, but it basically has to do with those hitboxes that you can manipulate a bit, and then you can just keep on driving at the bottom of the screen without having sand pits or anything stopping you, so you're just going full speed.
Yeah, you basically, you like clip an edge and fall, but like the clip and the fall like put you out of bounds essentially, and you can just ride the out of bounds to the finish. That's cheating though. We don't cheat in speedruns.
I think JKL might use it for stage 7 or something. That's the most scary one, I think.
Yeah. I think JKL is just going to like clip through the game and like teleport to the end. I think he's kind of known for that in these Tiny 10 races.
Yeah, like with Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah.
So you can see you can see Ariel having some issues with that ramp. Like I mentioned earlier, man, trying to jump backwards off of those half loops is not easy at all. The game, like Nitro boosting, doing anything, everything wants to push you forward or to the right. So when you need to go left, it is quite difficult. Yeah, that Bram Stoker thing was a pleasant surprise. It made a lot more categories on the leaderboard now too because of that.
Mm-hmm. That game is broken already.
True. Casually, it's broken.
Yeah.
Big true on that one. So here we go, Ario going through stage 6, I believe now. This is where they kind of have to pick and choose what loops to go through. They kind of have to start memorizing the courses at this point. They have to start memorizing where power-ups are at this point as well, too, because if they do crash or do accidentally use an extra nitro boost or whatever, they need to know where some of the backups are so they can actually obtain them. Because this is where the timing of the game starts to speed up quite a bit. If you look down at the time ticker, you can see that time ticker going much faster than it was going a couple levels ago. So this is where runners need to really start to show their memorization and knowledge of the game.
Mm-hmm. If you're playing this game casually and you're wondering how people can make some of the jumps, it's actually because there's a quote-unquote hidden mechanic where you have to hold up while jumping off a loop or a ramp, and it gives you just that little bit of extra speed to make things, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to do it, because if you would nitro you would just bonk your head. So that's something to keep in mind if you do want to play this game casually. I'm not even sure if it's in the manual or not that it works.
I don't know, I haven't scanned that manual yet.
I don't even know if we have that manual. I can actually check.
I mean, I have it in a box over there, but...
Yeah, we do have the manual. Let's see. It says so. Maybe it was helpful when I was trying to explain the power-ups as well. Let's see.
So Ario here is 7A. I think 7 is the final stage as well, too. This stage will hold nothing back, as you saw right away there. So that little ramp at the start of that loop, that ramp is actually a little bit higher than the edge of that loop. So when Ario goes off that, they need to nitro and wheelie back on it to get over that little hump. After a while, sometimes it's going through the sand. You just have to do it because there's no other way around it. Even nitroing off of ramps won't get you across the sand pits. That's why nitroing. That's why the nitro boosts now are going to become increasingly important for runners, especially in 7A, simply because they are forced to go into the sand traps now. Depending on how their jump goes, they can bypass a lot of the sand trap. So just like one nitro boost to get out of it would be perfectly fine, but it all depends on how well the ramp goes and if they crash or if they have a nitro at all. So, but nitros and the time power-ups are a must for this course.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, the manual does tell you about holding up to give you that extra bit of height. Apparently, you are called Modohead.
Okay.
Modohead. And A, B, and C stand for, and you'll just have to go with this. So A stands for easy, because the second letter is an A. B is bumpy, and C is crazy. Because why not?
I mean, they're not wrong.
Yeah.
Not wrong.
Then when it comes to the power-ups, the S is maximum speed multiplier, R is radial tires, J is jet propulsion fuel, and those little guys are called mini maniacs.
Mini maniacs?
Yeah.
Nice.
It does not say what they do, though.
In
Weirdly
true
enough.
manual fashion.
Yeah. Also, one of the shortest manuals I've ever seen. It's 6 pages. Right. Oh yeah, it's a short game.
Burger Time Deluxe is like 4 pages. It's pretty awesome. Pain to scan, but it's pretty awesome. How many stages were in Motocross? Is it 7? I think it's 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Ariel is in the final race right now for Motocross Maniacs.
We do have more runners than the people up front in this race. Let me see if I can actually grab the list of everybody. Some people are doing it blind, though.
Yeah, I think everyone else
yeah,
who is in the race mode
PG
is doing it blind.
The rest are doing it blind. Okay.
I believe. I can't
so
say for
got-
sure with
got
random.
Ariel.
but,
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, we have Feta PG 52. We have Juke Ariel, we got JKL, Random 64, Gnarblast, Glitch Witch, Josh124, and MSMTS or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's EMSEMTS. So MSMTS sounds fine, I guess. Yeah.
So yeah, Ariel now going into Quirk. So there's our cool little quirky guy there. Our little friendly blob. Basically, this game is push blocks and move some levers around to get to the other side of the room. The opening stages are, of course, going to be your easiest stages. But yeah, this is actually a super fun game. I would recommend if you're looking for a fun puzzler. Quirk or Amazing Tater, or both, are very fun games.
This, of course, is not the main mode of the game. Like, there is an actual, how would you call it, story mode, I guess, that you can go through. This is one of the 3 mini modes. There's like going up and going down 10.
Something like that.
Yeah, and then there's going down 99, so you have to do 99 puzzles to get out. This is more for score and time than it is for anything else. It's just a mini game.
Yep.
And yeah, the normal game, the stage-based game, is just to get to the end of the actual game. So yeah, for like what we did for the actual Tiny 10 this was to the 10 rooms mini one, because we needed a short puzzle game. But yeah, Remix always full games, but yeah, we wouldn't be able to do a full game of Quirk, or we would be stuck on this game for like 4 hours probably.
We'd be here for a while.
Yeah, so this is the best thing we could have picked to make it a little bit longer than the original goal. But
yeah,
still,
and really with this one,
short.
Mo, I mean, there's only, I think, about 15 different patterns that the runners have to memorize. So even if you're blind, once you get through the unique ones, you can start to piece that together, and it kind of lends itself to a race like this, where even if you hadn't practiced ahead of time, you can figure it out, and you can do the real quick swapping back, restarting the stage that you're on, and so it's kind of nice. Like you see Ariel do that just right there. So yeah, it's actually pretty friendly in that regard. Even though it sounds a little daunting, 99 stages. Oh, that's a lot, but it's quite a bit less than it sounds like.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, if you're looking at JKL's screen right now, he actually is pulling off the out of bound glitch. So yeah, you just drive. That's all you do.
Easiest game of his life right there. Anyone that tells me Motocross Maniacs is hard is lying to you. You can just do that.
There you can see the selection screen. Going up is the normal mode, and going down is the...
Heading out.
Yeah, that's the mini modes, and there's 3 different ones. And you can select your rooms, apparently.
Yeah, the cool thing about this game does have a sequel called Amazing Tater, or if you, in Japanese this is called Puzzle Boy, and then the sequel is Puzzle Boy 2. Amazing Taters is very similar to this. They has a going down version of this game as well, and in the random puzzles of Amazing Tater, you actually have friends that you have to use to progress through the puzzles. So in later on in like quirk puzzles, like not this one in particular, but in like other modes for quirk, you have friends that you have to use to complete these puzzles. So not only are you controlling Quirk, you're also controlling all of his buddies to move blocks around and get things through. The caveat is all of your friends have to get to the end of the stage as well. So it's not just Quirk, it's also all of your friends. Leave no man behind. But you're starting to see now on Ariel's screen that some of these puzzles are starting to repeat now. So, like Enemy mentioned earlier, they kind of only have to memorize like 10 to 15-ish types of puzzles to get through it. And like what Mo said earlier, this mode is more about how fast can you get through this mode. So even though you're seeing the puzzles repeat, Ariel still has 67 rooms to go. So it does make learning this category easier, which honestly is great, because having played Quirk and Amazing Tater, like quote-unquote full game, some of the later puzzles are brutal. So
for sure, yeah. I did them back to back, which kinda helped a little bit, because between the two games some stages are the same, but a lot of them are not, so.
I did them back to back backwards. I did Puzzle Boy 2,
right,
and then I did Quirk. So, yeah. Which oddly enough, like, it was a weird transition because Amazing Tater is just different enough to make going to Quirk a little tougher to play.
Yeah. If you're wondering why Josh's screen looks different, you can have two perspectives in this game. One is just flat, and the other is like a little bit slanted, so it's more of a 3D effect, like whatever works best for you.
Yeah,
you can choose in this game. I think you can just switch between them during gameplay as well, so.
Yeah, at the start of the selection screen, you can choose between diagonal view or bird's eye. But if as you're playing through the maps, if you're not adjusting to it nicely, you can simply just press pause, go into your menu, and swap out your perspective. So, which is actually pretty neat. I actually I personally prefer the bird's eye view, because I always get confused if the shadows are walls or not. So I personally prefer the bird's eye view over the diagonal view.
I can't remember which one I used most. Yeah, this is also like the first game on this list where time could differ depending on which puzzles everybody gets.
Yeah.
But it should be like around the same time at least, always, because they are all short puzzles. It's not the big ones you would get in the going up mode.
This game is very kind to a race restream like this, where you can see very quickly who is at what stage, how many rooms they have left, where you can see that Ariel has 47 rooms left, JKL 72, and neck and neck are really Narblast and Josh, 75 and 77 rooms, irrespective. You can tell who's doing what. So that's kind of cool. Even though that they're not actually, one room 75 is not going to be the same room 75, since it just changes each time you start the game which order you're going to get. But you at home watching the race, you will know, relatively speaking, where everyone is compared to each other.
Yeah, there are a lot of little like movement time saves you can do with this game. So if you're watching Ariel's screen, you'll see that Ariel just moves the block out of the way enough for Quirk to like squeeze past it, while some other people may push the blocks completely up against each other or up against the wall as well too. The speed run for this game, like the actual leaderboards for this game and Amazing Tater, are literal down to milliseconds. The runs for these are absolutely insane, and it's pure movement base. Something we didn't touch on at all is that even though the movement looks really clean, you can actually get caught up on corners pretty easy in this. It does suffer from like that weird pixel corner clipping issue that a lot of puzzle games kind of have like this. So you do have to be a little precise on your movement through there. And just understanding how to just create just a big enough path for Quirk to get through is a big time save in itself. I used to run Amazing Tater, so the timing in that game is absolutely bonkers when it comes to movement optimizations. So you can see there, like Ariel, like just pushed it down, just basically 1 pixel for Quirk to get in. That's the strat right there, basically. I think casually though, I always pushed it to the wall to get it out of the way.
Probably it. Yeah. Just a little hiccup there, probably. Because we need to play an ad.
I hope we... Yes!
What is this
it's
even
a
for?
coin. Bitcoin!
This looks like a perfume ad or whatever it was.
Oh, I hope it is a clone ad. Man. Oh. I was hoping to watch the rest of that clone ad.
Nope, it's gone.
Yeah.
They did not pay RGL in time.
No. A cologne ad. That's not what streamers need help with. Don't mask the stink. Just go get a shower.
Yeah, just go shower, please.
Come on, please. It's much better than cologne. Come on, guys.
You know, as much as I miss in-person conventions and GDQs, I don't miss the stank at all. I don't miss the stank. Oh man. Oof.
The old Smash Brothers room.
Oh, I wasn't gonna mention anything. I wasn't gonna mention any rooms. But everyone knew. Everyone knew.
Not everyone.
No, everyone knows.
So anyway, what I was trying to do on the fly is that I'm just trying to see the out-of-town scoreboard here. And it looks like I need to check one more person, but it looks like everyone who is not currently on stream is still hanging out with Mr. Crayon Shin-chan. So we'll just give this a last look here. So if anything happens while I'm doing this, if you get any more ads or like hear some wacky audio or the stream dies, that's why. That's why. You know, just being honest. At this point, we're just leaning into this foolishness, you know. Ariel's doing pretty well, though. Only 13 rooms left here. We have pretty tight race for second place here. JKL's a little bit ahead, a few rooms, but both Narblast and Josh are within a room of each other, it looks like. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. With the randomness of the puzzles, I mean, depending on the puzzle they get, one of them can tie up or maybe possibly pull ahead. Just really depends on the randomness of the puzzles that want to appear for them now.
So our next runner, currently in 5th place, is Glitch Witch with 88 rooms left in Not Amazing Tater in Quirk.
Mm-hmm.
So,
nice.
I don't know if she's bringing her knowledge of this game on the TurboGrafx 16 in the Puzzle Boy form to bear here, if that has any carryover or not, but she's making her way here. Let me ask you guys something. This is off the path a little bit. What are all these wacky pop-ups that display over top of Twitch streams now, where there's like a giant new contender in Smash Brothers showing up out of nowhere, and then there's like closed captioning stuff? Like, what is going on? Why, like, this is already here on the stream?
I don't have any of that.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I have a few things I watch that have all that bunch of crap that I don't want to see.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I mean,
I
it's been so long since I've like streamed. I don't know any of this stuff
enable.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
they're pretty annoying.
Back to live coverage of the race. I apologize. Just had to educate myself. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, with the Ariel, 2 rooms left, about to make his way over to the aforementioned Jetsons game. So do you want to set that up a little bit for us, EBC? I kind of cut you off as we were getting the race started here.
Yeah, so the Jetsons is really interesting because I believe in the NES versions you only play as George and you have to save your family. But in this Jetsons game, for the Game Boy, you get to play as each individual Jetsons character. And you can actually choose what level that you want to start with. Each level is themed, and each character's, I guess, attack, you can call it, is also themed after them as well, too. So, as you progress through the game, you get to play as Elroy, Jane,
Judy.
what the hell's the daughter's name? Judy. And you get to play as George at the very end, which is actually super cool. So here we have Ariel playing as Elroy. Elroy is the auto-scroller, and Elroy is basically in Toy Town. Elroy's attack is a yo-yo, and Elroy's screen, it kind of sucks because you can't see the bottom at all. So you kind of have to just know where the pits are, and there's conveyor belts and there's bouncy balls. Like there's kind of a lot going on with Elroy's auto-scroller. But for the most part, it's a very simple stage.
Yeah, it's a weird choice that they would start their game with an auto-scroller because it kind of sets a precedent for what you think the entire game would be.
Is that amazing?
This is not the most exciting thing to start on.
How dare you?
It's a lot different.
We're not tolerating auto-scrolling slander here on our GLTV. So.
Well, for a platforming game, it's just very weird to start with an auto-scroller.
Yeah. So
more,
here
more
Ariel's
weird how no other
second.
platformers do it. They should. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Elroy going into the second screen. So doors are just a figment of your imagination, basically. Where the door handle is, that's not actually the door hitbox. You can actually enter the door very early on, well before the door fully appears into the screen. Some enemies cannot be hurt with the yo-yo because they have an armor around them, where you have to wait for a certain time. Otherwise, 1 to 2 hits per yo-yo, and they'll be gone forever. If you look at the bottom of the screen, the bottom left-hand side, you'll see Elroy's hitbox, or how many hit points they have left. And then the bottom right, you'll see how many lives they have left to play. The entire Elroy stage is, well, an auto-scroller until you get to the boss fight. So, now what were you saying, enemy?
Oh, I was saying a great many wonderful things about how auto-scrollers are the lifeblood of video games. Without them, we would really have nothing of value. And, I mean, it really separates, you know, the contenders from the pretenders when you can maximize an auto-scroller in a speedrun setting. A lot of people like to complain, you can't speedrun, it's got an auto-scroller. Nope, you sure can. Just be better at it.
It's true.
Well, here's what's interesting with this game, right, is you can choose if you want to start with an auto-scroller.
Yes.
Right? You can decide if you want to do the auto-scroller first or not.
Can you?
I mean, you gotta start the show with a showstopper, man.
Yeah, you can. I believe you can in a way. I think you can choose between what stage you wanted to do. Maybe you can't, and I'm just...
Yeah, I can't remember. Like, I always played it in this order, even casually, so...
Yeah, I did too. So, the caveat with Judy is Judy can defy gravity with some boots because Judy is into fashion as she was, and then she also has that weird like hoverboard thing as well too. So the hoverboard thing is great until it's not great anymore. Then
okay, Hero confirms that there is a stage select.
See.
Yeah, I never knew that you could actually do that. I thought it was just going...
I believe I learned that when Coffee and Rocks and I were trying to bring the time down with the game. So Jane is in the shopping mall because if you remember the cartoon at all, at the titles at the title screen, the intro. You drop her off at the mall. She takes George's wallet. So here she has a jetpack, and she can ride these vehicles of the future, scooters of the future. The jetpack does have fuel that I believe you have to stand still for or walk or not use it to recharge.
Just FYI, everyone, my Discord crashed, so if you hear commentary stop there, that's why. We'll get everyone back here in a second, and we'll keep on going. But UBC was obviously saying some wonderful things about the Jetsons and the cartoon and the game, obviously, and explaining what the heck.
Just starting to learn.
Oh, hey, everyone's back.
Oh, hey, welcome back.
So this is very interesting, what we have with our race here, guys. JKL and Josh are pretty much neck and neck. It looks like JKL is just a few seconds ahead on the waiting to start the game. And Gnar is just finishing up Quirk. So everyone is in a battle for second place right now, but Ariel has a couple minute lead at this point. So a lot of games left to go, but so far so good for Ariel.
Yeah, Ariel definitely show in. They've put a lot of time into these games. Also, Ariel is a veteran of the Tiny 10 marathons as well too. So not their first go at these games. Maybe a bit of a break between them, but not their first go at them. So now we're in the George stage here, and George has all of the previous characters' power-ups. So if you see here, he has Judy's boots, so he can defy gravity. So now it's like Metal Storm. And he has the yo-yo from Elroy. And now you're basically pushing to the end of the game now. There is a weird, but not weird, but there is a gotcha button in this game where if you press it, because you can see there that George is pressing on these switches to progress through the screens, but there is one switch in particular that if you touch it, activates the lava or the fire from the bottom of the stage, and now instead of it turning into a pleasant platformer, turns into a frantic running platformer game. So you can see there Ario glitching through the platform there just to get into the door faster. It's actually a really interesting glitch. So typically, what you would do is that you would hit that switch to start flipping up the rocks. But what you can do is if you slap on the boots and then jump, and as you're inside of the actual platform, if you flip over to Elroy or the N power up, you can make George go back to normal gravity, and then the game just pulls you through that platform.
We're almost coming up to the end of the Jetsons, actually. This is a pretty short game if you know where you're going.
Yeah. So that button right there is the gotcha button. If you press that button, that's when the game becomes a frantic race to the finish. So something cool with the buttons, that button in particular is actually really hard to avoid as well too. Because I think the game does intend it to be a frantic race to the finish. But if you do jump on the edge of the button, and just walk, you can walk through the button without triggering it. You can't really jump over it, at least not easily. But you if you want to race to the finish, you can touch it and go. It can be done. So here you can see Ario hitting a switch and going through a teleporter to push him through further into one of the final parts of the final stage.
It's a little shortcut.
Yeah, it saves a little bit of time. It saves mostly jetpack power, more than anything else. Because you do start on that screen, you just start lower on that screen.
You know, this is one of those, to me, quintessential Game Boy games. Not like the Nintendo brand Game Boy games, but in my mind, one of those quintessential Tiny 10 Game Boy games where I had no idea this game existed, and if you told me, like, oh, hey, there's a Jetsons game for the Game Boy, I would have assumed, like, probably not very good. But this game is great. Like, this game has a lot going on for it. Like, it's a little platformer, not, like, super involved, but it's got a lot of meat on the bone there. And you know, I think that's what I love most about what you guys do with the Tiny 10 in introducing, like, me specifically, into like all these new games that, even though I had a Game Boy and played games all growing up, didn't have that wide swath of knowledge about all these Game Boy games. So I mean, a game like the Jetsons here, or like Roland's Curse later on coming up in a little bit, like games I had no idea about, and would have maybe assumed not so good, actually very cool.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of interesting games coming up in this list. Like you mentioned Roland's Curse, Maru's Mission.
Very polarizing game, Maru's Mission.
Unknown game. Yeah. Very unknown game. Also Mega Man 3. Not a a known game, but probably a game that not many people have played, or if they have played, they're like, wow, this game is insanely hard.
Yeah.
So, and then R-Type for the Game Boy, like many people have probably played R-Type for the bigger consoles, right? Like the Super Nintendo, or I don't even know if it's out for Super Nintendo. But
oh yeah, no, you got Super R-Type and the R-Type 3 for Super Nintendo. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Ariel, we'll just touch base. Is this name Mr. Cogwheel, Mr. Sprocket? What the hell?
Mr. Cogsley.
Yeah.
Cogsley. So Mr. Cogsley has this little like UFO spaceship thing with a tower that shoots lasers.
Well, which one? Because there's like Cogswell's Cogs, so Cogswell, I guess, and then there's like Spacely Sprocket. So I don't know if it's his boss or if it's the bad guy boss.
I think this was
because he works for Spacely Sprockets. So that's Mr. Spacely is his boss, and then Cogswell's Cogs was their competitor. That was like the Apple versus Google fight.
This was Cogswell. For sure.
There you go.
I haven't watched Jetsons in like 20 years, so I don't remember anymore. But the fight, the way it goes is the boss man is flying around in a little UFO that's closed, and you can't hit it until it's open. That sounds pretty familiar if you've played Mega Man. And that little sphere in the center is shooting lasers clockwise into the corners horizontally and back into the corners again. In each corner is a bomb block, and the bomb block, if you look at the blocks right now on JKL's screen, or even Narblast's screen, there's a little circle in the middle of the block that means it's a bomb block. One of the runners are going to choose a side. I think most people just go to the right just because. And then they're going to use the bomb block, and then from there they're going to yo-yo into the open vehicle to take them out. It does take a bit of coordination and skill to do, but with a few hits you can take them all out there. So Ario here doing their R-type thing. Mo, you know more about R-type than I do, so I'll let you take the reins on this.
Yeah, I'm waiting maybe for JKL to go into the Cockwall fight, because he did practice the one cycle on him, which is really cool to see. So I hope he can pull it off. But yeah, we'll get there in a moment, but I'm pretty sure he will go for it. Yeah, R-Type. I love R-Type. It's my favorite shmup series of all time. The Game Boy ones, even though they're pretty good games overall, they are super laggy, sadly. I mean, there's not much you can do about that, because they did choose to make pretty impressive graphics for a Game Boy game, and something has to go when you do that, especially with one of these auto-scrolling types. Gradius did it better in that regard, with like smaller sprites, and that runs a little bit smoother. But yeah, this one, we're playing on easy mode, which means two things. Enemies don't shoot as much, and their health pool is pretty low. Like, all the bosses will go down in like a matter of a second or two max. Another thing that comes with playing on easy mode is that you're basically playing a pacifist run. You only shoot like 2 or 3 times throughout the entire game, as long as you have the pot in front of you. Is it the pot? Yeah, the option is the... Oh no, it's the force. My bad. Yeah, it's the force. As long as you have that as your shield that you can put on the front of your ship or behind your ship, you're perfectly fine, and you can go throughout this entire game without shooting a single bullet. And that helps with the lag, because less bullets, less lag. So yeah, this is a pretty interesting one. Like, in R-Type 1, you can kind of pull it off, but you have to shoot some things. But this one, easy mode, you can just play through the game without with a few shots just to get your upgrades, and then you can play through it without ever shooting again. So that makes it kind of interesting as a shmup. But yeah, as you saw, the second boss there just before it froze a little bit. Bam! He's gone before he even showed up completely, because the health pool is just super low on easy mode.
I would also just like to point out that in my mind, I like to believe that the Jetsons is the prequel to R-Type 2, and that after George finished off the last boss, he got into the spaceship and, you know, went about and fought intergalactic crime or whatever is going on in R-Type. The Bido Empire. Yeah, you know.
It makes sense.
It's fun to have headcanon, everyone.
Yes. JKL missed the one cycle by 1 hit, sadly. That's too bad, because I knew he practiced it. And it's nice to see it being pulled off, for sure. Does the world record even have 1 cycle? I think it's 2 cycle, right?
I think it's 2, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, a 1 cycle is really cool. It takes some very, very tight timing to do that. Speaking of R-Type, I should actually really start playing R-Type Final 2. Still haven't done that.
Yeah, nor have I. My copy's still here, sitting here sealed, and the Switch is going away for a week, so I don't.
Oh.
Probably not going to happen.
I didn't even know they were still making R-Type games.
No. They made a. So on, I think it was 2019 April Fool's Day. They said, hey, we're going to start a Kickstarter for R-Type Final 2, and everyone assumed it was BS because they did it on April 1st. But it was legit, and the game came out a couple months ago, or like a month ago, or something like that. I think in late April, early May, something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I haven't played it yet. I have that and Hades sealed up, and just.
Dude, Hades is so good.
I've heard nothing but good things, but I'm like, you know what? I could do that, or I could play Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! 4,100,000th time! You know?
Yeah. I mean, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out is also a correct answer.
I am just amazed that I like a game that EBC also finds to be appropriate. That is very rare.
I mean, it's not as good as Super Punch-Out, but...
See, yeah, I want to learn Super Punch-Out at some point, but it's, yeah, the nostalgia for me is with original Punch-Out.
Yeah, same, actually. What's crazy is I don't even have the nostalgia for the Mike Tyson version of Punch-Out.
Well,
I have the nostalgia for the scuffed version.
I mean, it's the same game, just, you know, they whitewashed the last boss with the other one.
You know what surprised me to be a decent game was Punch-Out for the Wii. That game doesn't get enough love, in my opinion.
It wasn't for me. I'm sure I'd like it more now, but yeah, it wasn't so much for me. I didn't like it at the time. I sold it and rebought it. See, you guys poo-pooed auto-scrollers earlier, and now look what you did. Is R-Type.
I didn't poo-poo on auto-scrollers.
No, you did not. It was your co-host there, Mo. I know you're a man of great refinement who loves auto-scrollers.
You can't speedrun a shmup either.
Oh,
so.
Get out of here. My entire speedrun.com profile disagrees with you.
That's why we can't. That's why Mega Man 5 hasn't been in the Tiny 10 yet, because it has a shmup section.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Everyone's doing pretty well in R-Type, at least so far. I haven't seen a single death, so...
Yeah, you know, it's always interesting to see when we put the list together and people start practicing what are the sticking points, and R-Type is definitely a game where it didn't seem like anyone had really any qualms with it. We're going to get into some of that going forward, for sure, once we get to Maru's mission and Mega Man 3 in particular. And then, to I guess a somewhat lesser extent, TMNT 3. While there are always concerns about the boss rush in that game, I wouldn't say there's the antipathy towards that game that there is for Maru and Mega Man 3.
I don't understand people's issues with Maru's mission at all. It's literally like, it's probably the second easiest game on this list. You literally just hold right and don't get hit.
Well, you know, I mean, it's funny because, different strokes for different folks, right? Like, yeah, there was a time when I've done other, multi-game races, and I've lost my mind over certain games, and I've come around later to wind up loving them, and like just hating them in the context of doing them in a race like this. But then, context can change, and you can start enjoying that. So, but I mean, and also, different personal tastes. Who knows? I mean, I found Maru's to be like a pretty simple thing, but I'm not racing it, so it's a little bit easier for me to reach that conclusion than some others. So, hopefully it goes well for everyone.
People should be grateful you didn't put the Japanese version in. All right, that's all I'm saying.
That is true. That is true.
The Japanese version is the superior version, but it is hard as nails. Having ran both at a marathon back to back because Fiesel told me to was brutal.
Which one did you run first?
The American.
Oh no!
I ran the American. Well, here's what happened. Like Handheld Heroes, the first one, back in 2017 or whatever it was. we had a no-show, so we needed to find a time fill, and I was still awake because, as Mo knows, I don't sleep. So
yes,
I was like, I can do Maru's mission. Oh, okay, so I booted up Maru's mission. We still had like 20 minutes left to like spare because the next runner wasn't ready. I was like, oh, I can do the Japanese version of Maru's mission. So I did them back to back, and I hated it. Oh, I hated it so much. It's a fun game, but it's a game I don't like to marathon run.
Well, a fun game. I was gonna say a fun game in a marathon is right there on Ariel's screen with Bonk's Adventure getting us going.
It'd be in the TurboGrafx. I personally don't like Bonk at all.
Yeah, I'm not like a huge Bonk fan myself, even like as a big fan of TurboGrafx. Like it just never like really captured me. But it's like it is. I mean, I think when people think of TurboGrafx, that's the first game or series that they think of is Bonk.
Yeah, for sure.
100%. Like it's not. I will say this: it's not a bad game.
Right.
It's not for me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There are some things in the game I find actually super awesome. Is like when he bites into the wall and climbs up using his teeth.
Yeah.
I think that's hilarious. Or when he eats meat, he turns like into like a Super Saiyan kid that can just no longer be stopped. I think that stuff is amazing and really creative. But the whole like spinning in the air stuff, and once you like, if you hit your head on the ground, you're like concussed, you can't move for like 2 seconds. Like that's when I'm just like, eh. But what kills me the most in this game are the crappy hitboxes. That's what kills this game the most for me. I don't know if it's an issue with the TurboGrafx 16. I've actually never played the TurboGrafx 16 version of Bonk before, but the Game Boy version, at least, the hitboxes are atrociously bad in every boss fight, and I think that's ultimately what kills this game for me.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'll comment what happened with JKL. Like he died on the second stage, which is probably the hardest one to die on to get back on track. So he restarted. So that's why he's behind on Narblast and Josh right now, because he restarted. I think he restarted twice actually right now.
I think R-Type, like, I'm not much of a shmup person either. I have my shmups that I like, right? Like Life Force and Radius and stuff like that. But I'm not much of a shmup connoisseur. But what I do appreciate about R-Type is like the easeability of getting into it, because the reason I don't play or like shmups is because I just find them too hard. Like in my old age, I can't follow a lot of stuff on the screen anymore, and I lose track of things, and I get confused, and I end up dying because I lost track of like a pixel-sized bullet coming at me. So with the cool thing about R-Type is that it offers you enough like power-ups, or the speed isn't so fast like it is in like Gradius, where things get out of control quick. Like R-Type is a nice like entrance into the shmup world, or for those that like to play shmups but aren't particularly like good at them, like me. So that's what I appreciate a lot about R-Type, at least for the Game Boy. The original R-Type 1, I think was a really solid game as well. So.
Well, it kind of goes back a little bit to what you were talking about with Quirk, with the need to really memorize what you're doing and bring that to bear. I mean, that's really what shmup speedrunning is about. Knowing what's gonna come, committing that to memory, and then approaching it correctly. And of course, with shmups, you have the added negative of when you die, or at least with some shmups, and R-Type's one of them. When you die, you get busted back to jerk mode, like where you can't play. Yeah, and it's like, I don't know that that's the best way to handle death in these games. Like it's kind of a risk-reward thing on some level, but boy, is it frustrating when you die, you're making your way through, and then like, oh great, now I can't even get back to where I was because none of those power-ups exist anymore.
I feel like, and I've played a lot of versions of R-Type, I do feel like R-Type is in most versions, at least very lenient when you lose your power-ups. Like, you get one immediately, and yes, it is a lot less powerful than what you had before, but it's always the thing you definitely need to make it through a section, and that's something I miss with Gradius, for example. I can't play Gradius.
Like, yeah, Gradius is real punitive like that. Like, when you lose your speed ups in particular, like, you think like, oh, your shield and your weapon and your options. Like, no, your speed. If you're at idiot speed, that starting speed, like, good luck, especially if you're anywhere like past stage 3 in the game of Gradius. Yeah. Like, it's not happening for you.
If you're doing death warps, like for like the Moa heads, like the score death warp, or whatever, and you're still on level 1 speed, like, forget it. Like, so you can see here on Ariel's screen, so going back to Bonk here a little bit, talking about the atrocious hitboxes. So this boss's hitbox is the roundy part on the top of the bird's head, but you notice that the head moves quite a bit. So sometimes, like, it looks like they'll hit the beak, but they've actually hit the roundy part of the head, and hitboxes are a myth in Bonks, in any Bonk game that I've ever seen so far. But something neat about Bonk, if you look down in the bottom left corner, you'll see that Ariel has 4 hearts now instead of the 3. So in the process of playing the game, you're going to collect blank hearts, and these blank hearts are going to give you an extra. Oh, that's unfortunate for Ariel. So that's a shortcut to get past the stage. Instead of going into the water, they can just head flip across the top of the stage there and get to the end. But anyway, going back to the health situation. You typically start out with three hearts. If you get a blank heart, that gives you an extra health slot, and well, more health is good, especially in this game. The cool thing about this game, though, is that when you do die, you pick up right where you left off. Like, you basically just sit back up and go to town. Yeah. Something that's interesting about Bonk as well too are the power-ups. So you notice that when Bonk eats meat, Bonk can transform into a invisible Super Saiyan cave kid that is super fast and just can't be touched. Well, Bonk can also turn into a turtle.
Because why not?
So, in the underwater segments here, Bonk can eat a turtle power-up to transform into a turtle that allows Bonk to swim faster, because if you notice, Bonk swims exceptionally slow. So what's going to happen here is that Ariel is going to want to take this all the way to the end and purposely get hit at the very end to lose that power-up, because you don't want to have the turtle power-up going into a boss fight, because you just can't do anything with it. So this shark fight is actually really interesting, because you can hit the boss from below and you can hit the boss from the top. I believe if you hit the boss from below, or I don't remember what it is, there is a critical hit though to the boss fight. I can't remember if it's top or bottom, that will finish the fight quickly. Another more favorite thing I have in Bonk, I like the flowers. Like, every once in a while, like, if you touch the wrong flower, instead of it giving you meat, it turns into Flowey from Undertale and just starts going ham on you. If you never played Undertale, spoiler alert, by the way.
I've never played Undertale.
Well, there's a flower in Undertale. That's all you need to know.
Alright.
You should play it. It's a good RPG.
Yeah, modern games.
It doesn't play like a modern game, though. It's actually a really good RPG.
I like Final Fantasy. That's a pretty good RPG.
You know what RPG... If you like Earthbound, I'm assuming you like Earthbound.
I mean, you can assume that all you want.
Don't like Earthbound?
I mean, it's not that I like or dislike it. It's that I have, like, no real opinion on it. What little I played of it didn't really do a whole lot for me, but, you know.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. There's an RPG out there called Lisa the RPG, I would recommend being an adult to play it because it does have some
well, I can't play it then.
But but it is really good. And it has a lot of comedy to it. If you don't play it, I would at least recommend watching like a Let's Play or something of it. It's actually pretty cool.
There was a great moment that we had while you were talking about your porno RPG, where Ariel and Josh, on completely two different stages, both got the meat power up and were going Super Saiyan at the same time. I just really appreciated that. The coincidence of that. Whoa, that enemy is freaking out on Ariel's screen. I don't know what was going on there. There was an enemy stuck in the ground and just losing its mind.
Yeah, you'll have that, man. Nothing surprises us anymore.
No, I just liked it. That's all.
JK, I'll go into the final stage for R-Type now, after the little hiccup earlier.
Probably a few hiccups based on his pre-game rituals that he partook in for today.
This is my favorite boss in all of Bonk games right here. I don't know why, but the ice skating dinosaur is my favorite boss. In my opinion, it has the best hitbox out of all the bosses as well too. But I just appreciate that there's an ice skating dinosaur. I don't know why.
I think the other fascinating thing about Bonk, and how everyone immediately identifies it as the TG16 game, is that I don't think a lot of people necessarily realize that it was ported to a lot of other platforms. I mean, obviously we have the Game Boy version here, which I certainly never knew there was a Game Boy Bonk when I was growing up. There's also an NES and a Super Nintendo version of Bonk.
Yeah.
So, like, it's not... you could easily be like, oh, yeah, that's that game that was on the Super Nintendo or the Nintendo or whatever, But no! You hear Bonk, you're like, oh, yeah, TurboGrafx. You might not think of anything else for TurboGrafx, but Bonk and TurboGrafx go hand in glove with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my first Bonk experience was the NES version. And I just wasn't a fan of it then. And then I found out there were Bonk games for the Game Boy, because of Mo, and I played them, and I didn't like them as much either. Like I said, I can appreciate that they're a good game, because they're not bad games.
They got a lot of style.
They're not for me. Yeah, I really appreciate the style in the games. I appreciate a lot of stuff in the game. Just the gameplay itself is not for me.
Yeah,
but this is also coming from a person that doesn't like Mario Land 2, so
right.
Take that as you will.
Yeah. Bonk was the only TurboGrafx 16 game that I actually played as a kid. I knew like one person who had a TurboGrafx 16, and I played Bonk once, ever. That was it.
Yeah, I didn't know anyone that had TurboGrafx growing up, so...
Yeah. Which is probably why the Nintendo 64 ended up being a more popular platform. But I digress.
I'm telling you, man. You slap the word Nintendo on anything, and it's $1 million product.
Well, except for that one thing with the
Virtual
headaches.
Boy.
Yeah, that's the one.
Virtual Boy was a perfect system. Let's not, I played it just fine without any headaches.
I think the headaches were actually some subterfuge tactics from Sega, because there were so few sold that, like, yeah, I mean, you can make up whatever lie you wanted to. Oh, it gave you cancer. It gave you a headache. It rendered you incapable of having children. Like, whatever. You can just throw it all out there. That the 3D makes it so you can only see in 2D in real life. Like, whatever nonsense you want to make up is fine. That sounds like something the nefarious people at Sega would do to discredit the wonderful Nintendo product that was the Virtual Boy.
Sega does what Nintendo don't.
Lie.
It's true. Doom would beg to differ.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you arguing that like the 32X version of Doom is any good?
No, it's garbage.
I know. It's the worst.
I would say like almost every major port of Doom is trash except for the SNES version.
You know what's a pretty good version of Doom, and you're not going to believe this when I say it, but it's true. Pretty good version of Doom is in fact for the Atari Jaguar. Now, do I suggest that anyone get an Atari Jaguar to play Doom? No, obviously not. I'm not an idiot. But if you are misfortunate enough to have an Atari Jaguar, you could do a lot worse than playing Doom on it. That's all.
You can play Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein 3D, also a good version. Yeah. Certainly better than, what the heck's the name of it? Well, it's certainly better than Alien vs. Predator. And, there's some terrible shmup for it that I have. I can't remember the name of it. It's like Fur McBang in the Crescent Galaxy or something like that. It's not what it is, but it's something like that.
Dude, how can that be a bad
Trevor McFur in the Crescent Galaxy, that's what it is. Yeah. I like Fur McBang better, though. I'm going to start calling it that from now on.
I do, too, man. How can a game be bad with a name like that, man? That's $1 million title right there.
Fur McBang coming to a hot tub stream near you in 2021.
So Ariel is in my if I had to pick a favorite stage, this is my favorite stage because like I said, I like it when Bonk climbs things with his teeth, and that's pretty much all you do in this stage. And that the fact that you can smash boulders with your giant forehead is pretty awesome. So here we go. Ariel is going into the boss rush now, because every game from the 80s and 90s needed to have a boss rush. So, you've seen these bosses before, but you can see here, like, Ariel's, like, hitting that back hump, which is where the hitbox is, but sometimes, just, as you can see, really good hitboxes. Like I said, like, it's my biggest issue with the Bonk games, but you're gonna notice that there's gonna be big hearts outside of the rooms as they go in. There are limited big hearts, and once you use them, they are gone for forever unless you game over. They may even be gone forever if you just don't use them. I don't remember. But
yeah, they change up after every boss, so
okay,
it's best to just grab them if you need them.
The big hearts, I think, fill you up 4 full hearts, or is it full health? I don't remember anymore. It's been a while. I think it's full health, but could be wrong. So the big hearts do come into play, especially with the boss gauntlet coming up here. Ariel will have a chance to get some more hearts here moving forward.
So, in checking the out-of-town scoreboard, Glitchwitch is playing as George in the Jetsons.
Nice.
So she's making her way through. So I believe that would put her quite firmly in 5th place right now.
That's awesome. And Glitch is blind one into these games too, right?
As far as I know, yeah. I don't know if she did it, maybe any recon for, let's say, Roland's Curse or something like that, which is probably a good idea. That game, you know, you maybe don't want to do that one blind. Although I think she had some familiarity with it from Tiny 10.
The last Tiny
10 Prime, yeah. So that might have been sufficient. But, yeah, as I recall, that was where she got forfeited, was on Roland's Curse.
Yeah.
So
the game is fun, but if you're in a race setting, going into it blind is
exactly
tough. So.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do a multi-game race blind, it's important to have your chat assist you. There's no extra credit for taking no hints for doing a race. Yeah. Like, you don't get bonus points for that. And it's way less frustrating if you just have someone kind of at least nudging you in the right direction, especially for a game like Roland's Curse.
Yeah, the amount of times I've done that for Infinite Mystery is amazing.
Yeah, and I think I think that does strike the proper balance between you don't necessarily want to commit all the time to learning it. I understand, and you still want to participate in a race, which is great, especially as a race organizer. I think that's great. But even as someone who's done blind races before, I think that can be a really fun way to do it. But it's way less frustrating if you have little help from your friends, as old Ringo told us.
Yeah, I used to do mystery tournament stuff a lot, like those types of races, and I can tell you now,
so frustrating.
like not knowing how to play a game or not knowing any mechanic at all is brutally frustrating to play a game in that manner, especially in a race. So.
Yes, I played Kid Icarus blind in a mystery tournament race, and I came away absolutely hating that game. I don't hate it anymore. I am more or less fond of it, but. Oh my god, that was the most frustrating thing, playing Kid Icarus blind. Like, I'm just gonna duck underneath. Oh, I just fell through a platform because I pressed down. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Oh, I turned into an eggplant. What do I do?
Oh, no. There was no getting to that part. Are you kidding me? No, it was like 1-1 and 1-2 only. And, oh my god, so frustrating.
So Ariel here taking out the tank and talking to Lisa and on his way into space.
Yeah, the final boss here.
To Moon Mountain and about to fight K. Rool. I don't know what his actual name is, but
I mean, come on, look at him.
Yeah, it's K. Rool.
Yeah.
So K. Rool's hitbox is the nose bridge.
Right, yeah.
I always
the
get
snout.
It's the nose bridge or the snout or the crown. If we want to talk bad hitboxes, this is no pun intended, the king of bad hitboxes. Because the crown pad kind of like goes out further than it looks, so again, precision headbutting into the snout is needed in this fight. Luckily, Ariel has 5 extra lives that if they do die, they have some insurance rather for the fight. There are continues in the game, but there are limited continues in this game. So if the person does completely game over without continues, they do have to start the game over again.
And that is a really nice part of Bonk, though, where you die and you respawn right where you died. You don't have to start the boss fight over again. That's like in a Mario game, for example.
Yeah, I've always appreciated that in any game that does that. It's like if you die, you kind of just boot right back up. One cool thing about the Bonk games, though, is that they went the extra mile of, like, once you die, you just don't, like, blow up in thin air and appear again in normal form. Like, Bonk lays on the ground with a smile on his face, like, you just wait till I get back up, sucker.
He becomes rabid, man. Like, look at all that foam coming out of his mouth. It freaks me out.
Once you press the A button, he becomes active again, which is all. It's great. Like look at him. Oh, you just wait. Yeah, I like it.
There it is. There's that last hit.
One thing I don't appreciate about Bonk though are the lack of boss health meters, and this goes for any game, not just Game Boy. Any game that doesn't have health meters on a boss. Their developers were the worst.
I hope everyone appreciates the sweet Roland's Curse screen right there, the title screen.
So, you did something really interesting with Roland's Curse this time around, where the runner actually has the opportunity to decide what category they want to run for this game.
Yep.
So, Roland's Curse has a major glitch in it, where if you kill the first boss and die, if you kill the boss and die on the same frame, you can warp to the end of the game. It's very much not marathon safe, it's pretty tough to pull off, and there's a high chance of failure with it. But if you can pull it off, you literally shave 20 minutes off of your race time. So I'm curious to watch what the racers choose. I'm assuming most of them will go for the end game warp glitch, at least to start. You can attempt this glitch anytime at all. Like if you die before you killed the boss, you just start in front of the boss's room, so no harm, no foul. If you accidentally kill the boss before you die, literally you can just restart the game and go through it all again. The glitch in itself, like in theory, is easy, but it's just tough because the game itself is kind of slow paced, and again with the hitboxes can be a little weird. Also, there is some RNG with this game in terms of health potions. So you're gonna see as we continue through map 1 here, our runners are gonna take a moderate amount of damage as they progress through this. What they're going to want eventually in the final cave is a health pot. And what this health pot is going to do is it's going to replenish their health. So that's what they're hoping for. And the health pot is random. It can drop or it can't drop. And if it doesn't drop, then our runners have to either decide to go into the boss fight with, half a heart of hit points, or want to kill some extra enemies as they respawn to get the health potion. So there's going to be a lot of on-the-fly decision coming up here later in map 1, especially with Ariel going in here first. I will be curious to see if Ariel does go for the warp glitch, and I'm hoping every runner that knows about the warp glitch does at least go for it once.
I believe they will, for sure, yeah.
Because it is a massive time save. So Ariel here is pushing very closely to the boss. Ariel has the pickaxe now, so all they need to do is bust out a couple more rocks, and like I said, it's kind of up to the runner. With this particular category, if you're an experienced person with this category, you don't want the health potion. You kind of just want to risk it for the biscuit a little bit. But it looks like Ariel is going to sit there and farm one of the enemies to try and get a health potion, and they got one. So little bit of time lost there because they couldn't get one along the way. But at least they got one relatively quick. When I used to run this category, the any percent glitch category, I remember runs that I've gotten to literally the very end and needed a health potion, and I sat there and I probably wasted a good minute and a half before I finally got a health potion, and by that time the run's over. So the health potions can be friendly or they can't be friendly. It's really up to the game at that point. So that's really the biggest RNG part of this run when it comes to the glitched version. Now the glitchless version, however, comes at a different level, because I believe there are 5 different maps in this game, and each map obviously has its own difficulties, but also has its own RNG drops. There we go. Ariel just got another health potion drop on the way to the boss here. So Ariel is going to get the glove, which increases the sword power damage, and will be entering the boss fight. So we have
see how it goes.
So we have Ink Blob here. So I believe it takes something like 68 hits to kill the boss. I used to have the number memorized once upon a time, but the boss, when it hits you, does one full heart of damage, I believe. So the way this is going to work is that when Ariel gets to the point where they're about to do final hit, they're going to swing the sword and walk into the boss pretty much at the same time, and try and finish it there. And unfortunately, Ariel couldn't get the final swing off on the boss. So Luckily, though, it's not a huge time loss. You literally do just respawn right outside of the boss door with all of your existing power-ups and everything else, so you have literally unlimited amount of tries if you actually do die to the boss. The only issue with the respawn in front of the boss fight is I believe you only start with 2 hearts. Yeah, so you don't start with full health. So you do have to be a bit careful with it going in. What I liked to do was take my initial damage up the front, so get down to 1 heart, and then count my swings. And then once I got to like the final swing, literally just like stand inside of the eye, and then press the attack button like at the last second. That was always my approach to the fight. Yeah, Ariel's getting a little unlucky with the final hits. So this is the big risk here, right? So with Ariel losing a couple times to the first boss, that's given time for Josh124 and Gnarblast now to finish up Bonk and move into Roland's Curse as well. So if Gnar or Josh can get Warp Glitch, in the first try, they've made up a lot of time on Ariel. So,
let's hope Ariel gets it. Nope, he did not get it this time either.
It's a tough glitch. It's really tough, but it looks like he did he soft lock? Oh no, he got it.
Oh no, he did it. He did it.
Yeah. So yeah, Ariel gets it on that's the 3rd try. So basically what happens there is that final hit and died on the same frame, and then it just warps you to the final cutscene of the game and roll credits basically. So Ariel is now moving on to Maru's mission, which big fan. Gnar going into Roland's Curse now as well, getting the mining pick, and Josh124 also entering Roland's Curse now as well. So Ariel is going into World 1, and the World 1 boss is Insector. So Maru is a little ninja kid that throws shurikens, that can throw shurikens in all directions, and there's these little white souls. Oh, he got the warp! Look at him!
That is lucky.
That is very lucky. I'll talk about that in a second. So there's little souls that pop up. Those souls are your health. You pick them up to collect health. In the bottom right-hand corner, you're going to see like a number that sometimes turns into symbols because the game is well programmed. That's how much health you have left. Once that hits 0, you're dead. There are no continues. There are no lives in this game. Once you die, you're game over. You have to start the game over again. In the game has a plethora of different types of power-ups that you can pick up, and all the power-ups are random and they all look the same when you first pick them up. They're all little scrolls that float around the sky. One of the power-ups you just saw, which is a very rare power-up, is the warp to the end of the stage. So there's a power-up that literally just lets you float in the air, and then it automatically just takes you to the final part of the stage where the boss is. We have another power-up here. I call it the Comet power-up. That shoots, instead of shurikens, you shoot comets off the side of the screen and into the game. As you can see, this causes a ton of lag and a ton of flashing. So another one is like homing balls that kind of like roll around and like heat seek after a certain person. So after we've taken out Cyclops, we're now going to face off against Insector. Insector is made up of a bunch of different flying insects, and what's going to happen is that once we defeated Cyclops gave us a special weapon. So once this fight sequence starts, Ariel is going to hit the select button on his controller and switch over to this new special weapon and mash like crazy and hope that he can get a 1 cycle into the boss, which it looks like they did.
He did. Yeah.
If they don't get that 1 cycle, Insector will break off into a bunch of different flying insects, and you have to wait for Insector to group back up again before you can hit them, because you cannot hit them when they're individual insects. So now we're going into shark sequence, because we had to cross the ocean. So fun fact, in the American version you start out in America, and in the Japanese version you start out in Japan. But all the levels are relatively the same. The sprites are different, but the Japanese version's harder because you get less health. After you kill a boss, the American version gives you a ton of souls to choose to gather to boost your health back up. The Japanese version does not do that at all. So this is the shark level of the game, where you are in a scuba suit and your goal is to spear sharks and stingrays. Once there is one shark left remaining in the shark sequence, the shark moves at like Mach 3 speed, and there it goes. There he goes.
I mean, I really like that the game becomes Fish Dude, another fan favorite in the Tiny 10 and Tiny 10 remixes.
When I used to run Murr's Mission, I used to call the Shark Split Sharknado or Save Tara Reid. So, yeah, fun fact. So here we are. We're in the Chimera stage now, where if you get touched by any of the Chimeras while they're in full form, they will actually take you back to the beginning of the stage. So Ariel does want to be careful jumping through this. Ariel's going to take the bottom route. Oh, okay. So there is not a glitch, I guess, but like a Mario secret to the stage where you can actually jump on top of the stage there and walk across. The only issue with it is you kind of have to know when to jump to avoid a Chimera coming from underneath of you to touch you. So Wolfman. The reason Ariel moved all the way back left, because when Wolfman spawns in, Wolfman has a bunch of wolves that comes in from the right side of the screen, and that causes a tremendous amount of lag, and it actually takes the trigger a lot longer to activate. So if you just run to the left side of the screen, you kind of take that away, and you can kind of get to the cutscene trigger a bit faster. Wolfman, though, is a really interesting fight. Ariel did a fantastic job with it, with a nice quick kill on Wolfman. When you can only hurt Wolfman when Wolfman turns into a wolf. When Wolfman is in human form, he cannot be hurt at all. However, if the fight does go long enough, Wolfman's personality does start to split from Wolfman's human form, and you both have Wolfman Human and Wolfman Wolf on the screen at the same time. And you can kind of just go ham on it whenever you want. So,
all right, we got a couple Maru's glitch attempts coming up here.
And JGL finishing up the bonk as well.
Let's see if Ariel can get a quick kill on Dracula with the garlic as well too, because Wolfman gives you garlic to face off against Dracula, as you do. So it looks like Gnarblast, if he resets, can attempt the glitch again, but it looks like they may be going for. There you go. He may. Okay, yeah. Did he get it? I know Josh just got it.
Josh just got it? Yeah, I was watching Josh.
Did Nar get it though?
I don't
He got a
think
cut.
so.
I don't think he did either.
Well,
He killed the first boss.
yeah.
So anyway, back to Maru. So Maru now is in the caves. So we've always memed and joked about how Maru like traversed through the world, right? So like in the American version, I believe he uses a frog or a turtle, and the Japanese version is whatever one that I just said, but opposite. So like the American is the toad. Japanese is the turtle. I just don't remember which is which anymore. But you're about to fight Golem. Or Ariel's about to fight Golem right now. Golem is kind of just hell on earth to fight, depending on how he wants to start the fight. Unfortunately for Golem or for Ariel, Golem is going to be a bit of a jerk. When Golem is in rolled up form, he cannot be hurt at all. And the crappy thing about this fight is that Golem can go into those little pits, which makes him very hard to hit. And if Golem wants to go into a ball right away, there's nothing you can do about it, and you just kind of just have to roll with the punches. So, with this, you kind of just gotta go with it. So, Ariel moving on to the second part of this world. Ariel is going to be going against Medusa. And try not to laugh too much at Medusa. All right, she had a tough night. All right, let's just say that Medusa had a tough night. Don't be too hard on her. But you'll notice that Golem gave Ariel a shield, and what Ariel is going to do is that Ariel is going to use that shield to reflect the Cheerios back at Medusa. See, Medusa had a rough night, man. She was up late. It's been hot where she's at. She hasn't slept well. Her air conditioner doesn't work anymore. So ultimately what you would like to get is you would like to use the shield as close as possible to Medusa so that Cheerios can hit her a little faster. Medusa has other attacks where she can shoot like rocks at you, and she can prolong her snake at you as well too. Try to make that as friendly as possible.
Good try.
But there you go. We Ariel taking out Medusa. Gnar fighting Insector. You can kind of see what happens with Insector if you can't get the quick kill on him. It's kind of a big pain. All right, so the American version is the turtle. So in the Japanese version, you ride a frog, but you still have to kill sharks in both versions. So Ariel is going to take on Isis at the end of the stage here. This stage is actually really interesting. So instead of there being a true boss fight, the boss fight for Dash 1 of this world is to answer a trivia question, or rather a riddle. Answer a riddle. That's probably the better way of saying that. So you'll come across the Sphinx at the end here. The Sphinx will ask you to answer a riddle. If you get it wrong, you restart the stage. If you get it wrong more than I think it's 2 or 3 times, the game just starts you over from the start and game overs you. Because it's just like, all right, you're clearly not ready to progress into the game. So the Japanese version also has this as well too. The Japanese version is a different question, but nonetheless, if you fail it twice, you game over. So the riddle is, what has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the afternoon, and 3 legs at night? And the answer is a human. So, or man, I think is what they call it in this game. So Ariel now moving into the Isis fight has the beam power up here. The beam power up takes up the entire screen, going from left to right, top to bottom. Annihilates everything in its path. So Ariel looking amazing on health, 940 souls. So the cool thing about the Isis fight is there is a quick kill to the Isis fight, and it does have a similar pattern and attack pattern as Cyclops, the first boss of the game. So Ariel is going to want to get up onto top platforms, preferably the left one, and literally just mash shurikens into Isis's face. One of the issues with Maru's mission is that while you're being hit, you can't attack. So if the boss does get into your hitbox and you're trying to attack while the boss is inside your hitbox, nothing happens. Maru just kind of sits there and just takes damage. There are no iframes in this game at all. So, JKL moving on to Maru's mission as well. We have Glitch Witch here in R-type. So Ariel again here has to reduce the shark population a little bit here. Too many sharks in the water going to Brazil. So it looks like Ariel found the sweet spot for the sharks and took them out real quick. So now we're going to Kelbalos. Is that how you pronounce that?
No, but
perfect.
It's Cerberus.
So we're going to Kelbalos.
Yeah, in Greek you pronounce the L as an R, so it's just Cerberus.
Yeah, dude. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not cultured in Greek mythology, okay?
How dare you?
My bad.
You better put some respect on the Guardian of Hades name.
My bad, okay. So
I know.
Ariel is in this stage. These stages are the worst because in order to progress the screen, you have to kill the dragons or the whatever they are that pop up. If you don't kill them, they kind of go to the floor and there's nothing you can do about it. Hydra is a cool fight unless it goes into the pit, which it looks like for Ariel it is behaving an okay amount. So the Hydra can actually just decide to just yeet itself into that pit and then kind of just jump out and start shooting fire and water all over the place. So it can kind of be a jerk real fast. But the Hydra gives us this fireball special attack. And now we're going through a graveyard again, as you just saw with Dracula. But now instead of having chimeras, we have dragons and sea shrimp things that fly around, and if you hit a sea shrimp thing, it turns into a heat-seeking star. There it is. Yeah, it's a whole thing. This whole stage is kind of wild, honestly. But if we get the minecart again, I love that music. That'd be great. So here we go, going into Cerberus. There you go. Did it just for you guys.
No, it's pronounced Kelbaros.
Okay, well now we're in Kerborse. Kerborse can be
Kirby. It's pronounced Kirby's Dream Land.
That's even worse. But Cerberus is a jerk, as you can see. Like Cerberus will jump off screen. You can still hit them off screen, but it's a matter of knowing where they are off screen is the big problem, and they move around a lot. If you haven't figured out yet, the plot or the main tactic to this game is your girlfriend got kidnapped, and you need to go save her. So again, the cool thing about the American version is that the game ends in Japan, and in the Japanese version, the game ends in America. Fun fact. Also, another fun fact, I've been reading the Kirby manga lately, the one that just came out. Dude, Kirby is a jerk in that manga. Like, it is pushing my theory more and more that Kirby is the villain of that franchise, not DDD, Kirby, and you play as the villain.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, man.
Waddle Dee was the hero all along.
Dude, Spear Waddle Dee is the hero we don't deserve at all. So, Ariel here in the final world of Maru's mission. This world is a little weird. The sumo guys can grab you and throw you, which can be really scary if you're next to a pit. If you're next to a pit, they can actually just toss you into the pit without fear at all. So this fight here has two phases to it. When you fight Neo, you're gonna fight him in full body form, and then once you've destroyed his body, he's gonna have a floating head that you just literally just smash into. This is probably the easiest fight in the game, because even though he's whipping you and throwing you around like that, you can still throw shurikens at him, because it's not actually hurting you, it's just grabbing you. So there's gonna be a lot of flash on the screen, heads up, because Ariel is going to kill the head while the body is exploding, so there's going to be a ton of lag and a ton of flash on the screen. No special weapon needed to fight Muramasa. The game does a really jerk thing where it starts you over a pit. In the American version, if you fall into a pit once, it just starts you at the beginning of the stage. But if you fall into a pit twice, it just game overs you. In the Japanese version, if you fall into a pit once, you're just game over. So, and like I said, all these stages are relatively the same. So in the Japanese version, you do start over a pit in the final stage. So if you're not ready for it, like you wouldn't be as a casual player, you'll game over on the final stage. And have to play it all over again.
That's incredibly rude.
So here we are, Ariel going into the final fight, which is Muramasa. Muramasa is a interesting fight. We'll say that much. It's a lot of mashing, and it's a lot of just being able to get Muramasa in a decent placement. So you can see there, like every time that Maru gets hit by the sword, Maru stops attacking. So it's important to try to avoid damage, not just for health's sake, but for attacking sake. I don't believe Muramasa has a second phase in the American version. No. So Ariel will just finish Maru's mission and be moving on to Mega Man 3.
Yep.
But before we move on to Mega Man 3, so in the Japanese version of Maru's mission, Muramasa also has two phases to the fight. Muramasa, once you've destroyed him in human form, will go into ghost form, and you cannot see the final boss. The final boss is invincible to you. So you cannot see them. Invisible. Have to guess where they are. The only time you can see them is when you're hitting them. So not only do you have to know that there's a pit below you when you start the final stage, you also have to fight a boss that you cannot see. And mind you, if you die once, it's a game over. And the Japanese version doesn't hold back any punches because it doesn't give you any health after you've killed a boss. So you have to make sure that health is a big thing going into the Japanese version. So I'm glad y'all chose the American European version of Maru's mission for the Tiny 10 remix.
Yeah, I think the decision was just to go with whatever you guys went with from Tiny 10. And I'm sure you made that decision accordingly.
Yeah. Well, at the time, we didn't know there was a difference.
Oh, wow. So you just kind of got lucky.
Well, I think we did by the time we put it into the Tiny 10. But the only reason we knew it was a difference was because I played the Japanese version. Because everyone just played the American European version. And we knew there was a Japanese version, but I think everyone just assumed it was the same game. And it relatively is, but it also is drastically different in terms of difficulty and order of levels as well too. So like Insector in the Japanese version is like one of the final bosses instead of one of the first bosses, and Neo is like the first boss that you fight. So the game is relatively the same in terms of like level design, but the bosses and sprites are drastically different, and the boss fights are drastically different. So, but yeah, Ariel now into Mega Man 3. Ariel will be starting with Shadow Man. Shadow Man being the best weapon in the game, and hands down will be used pretty much the entire run. If you don't know how Mega Man Game Boy games work, is the first 4 bosses, the first 4 Robot Masters. I'll use the correct terminology for enemy, since I know he likes Mega Man.
Thank you.
The first 4 Robot Masters are from the original game. So since we're in Mega Man 3, the first 4 will be from Mega Man 3 NES. In this case, we have Shadow, Gemini, Spark, and Snake Man. And then once we've defeated the first 4 Robot Masters, we'll go into a small, like, Breakman type deal, like if you ever played Mega Man 3 on NES. And then we'll go into the next 4 Robot Masters, and those next 4 are actually from Mega Man 4 NES. So that's kind of how the Mega Man Game Boys kind of break out. They use half of the Robot Masters at the start for that first game, and then the next set of Robot Masters are from the following game in the series. So here we have Ariel utilizing, that's unfortunate, falling into the hole there, using Shadow Blade here to get through some of the Sparkman stuff. Mega Man 3 is arguably the hardest Mega Man in the Game Boy series, and I would 100% support that. This game, not so much like in hard difficulty for enemies, but the jumps in this game are brutally hard. As you can,
I think this trash block is brutally hard right now. This is ridiculous.
Well, so what happens here is, like, the trash block falls down quick, right? So what you want to do is put Mega Man on that corner,
right?
Which, you know, obviously is kind of tough to do when you're sliding and trying to avoid getting hit, because if you get hit by that trash block, it's going to push you down to that pit. So you have to like set yourself up perfect right off the get-go.
Oh my goodness. So Ariel gets the fortuitous 1-up and gets to the edge there and bonks his head on the jump. And right now I believe that Ariel wishes death upon me for choosing to put this game in this race. I think this is the game that was probably the most frustrating to our runners, or at least I heard the most complaints about. I understand. It was going to happen at some point though. Oh boy. Oh boy, well there's a game over, so that is a little rough. Fortunately, Ariel still has a nice lead here, so not too bad at this point.
It just, I mean, this is the second stage of the run.
Yeah, Dustman is yet to come.
Dustman is yet to come. Oh man, Dustman. You just wait, chat. You just wait. Dustman is a special stage. But we got JKL on the Sphinx riddle right now. We got Glitch Witch getting through some Bonk's adventure. Josh124 is saving Tara Reid by killing all of the sharks so they don't go into a tornado. I don't know what's going on in the scoreboard.
I miss Fish Dude.
So it looks like Ariel got past the first pit of doom there, and is going through Sparkman. So, if you've ever played Mega Man 3, you know that these blocks cause a ton of anxiety, right? But not to fear, because like if you've played the game enough, you kind of just understand that the blocks, like, you can kind of slide off of them and kind of just short hop and you're perfectly fine. But the fact that those blocks going into a spike that can kill you is anxiety inducing. Something that is introed into this are the bomb blocks. So you saw there that Ariel, whenever they stepped on a bomb, it started counting down or started triggering the bomb. There are fast ways to get through the bomb segments, like you can slide underneath another bomb, or you can do what Ariel did, is kind of hug the left side. It's a little scary to do because you are really close to spikes, and one wrong tap to the left will end Mega Man's life real quick. Something else that is introduced into this game that is not in Mega Man 3 NES is the charge shot. So we have the slide, but we also have a charge buster shot that you'll see some of the time, but most of the time you're going to see Shadow Blade pretty much here on out the rest of the game. Shadow Blade is just too good to not use. And on his final energy of Shadow Blade takes out Sparkman. So you can see JKL has his power-up. It's called the Bomb, and it is the second worst weapon in the game. It has an arc that doesn't hit anything at all, and it causes explosions on the screen that causes like extra amount of lag. It's great when it wants to hit something because it hits things in a large radius, but if you're trying to be precise on hitting something, it doesn't do a very good job at it. The first worst weapon in the game is the whip, and that is obtained in the Sphinx stage. So Snake Man, let's just appreciate that this is the best Mega Man song in the entire series, both on NES and Game Boy. Can we also appreciate the animated background in the Snake Man stage as well? So where Ariel is at right now in the Snake Man stage, instead of having the vertical going platforms, instead of having the vertical going platforms in the Snake Man stage with the cloud covered bullets, we have a tough platforming section. Some of the jumps are pretty wide to make, and once you've landed on a platform, you have a jumping enemy coming right at you immediately. It doesn't give you a lot of time to react to the enemy coming towards you. Something else in this game too, Mo might be able to clarify, but I don't believe you can slide jump or jump out of your slide in this game like you can in the NES version, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
You can, but it's different timing. And yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I was checking up with Narblast. For people who are just listening maybe and not reading the chat. So Narblast just didn't realize a glitch was involved in that game. He thought that everybody just stopped after the first guy. So I suggested that he just plays through the list right now, and then after TMNT3 goes back to Roland and see if he can do it at least.
Yeah, and we can just always add like 20 minutes to his time or whatever the difference would be for the game.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate you doing that, Mo.
Yeah, no problem.
It did seem to me that someone would do that on purpose, although it seemed equally implausible that someone would just say, this is the only game that we're not beating today. We'll just beat the first boss. So I wasn't sure. But that's good. I appreciate that as opposed to, I'm just not doing it. Maybe no one will notice. Oh, we noticed, pal. I'm just joking. But that's good. Thank you, Mo, for the update. And that's good. Narblast is an honorable person.
Absolutely.
So Ariel taking the unfortunate death there towards the end of Snake Man, having to restart the Snake Man stage, giving Josh 124 a chance to catch up. Josh 124 going into Spark Man stage now. Eddie being a little bit of a bro, giving some Shadow Blade energy to Ariel. And it looks like JKL is moving into the final sequence of Maru's mission. Kinda getting bad luck at the start there because he had the lightning bolts coming down from the witch doctors, or whatever you want to call them, shamans. Could have messed him up there quite a bit at the start there, because if he would have gotten hit, getting hit in Maru's mission also causes some like movement interruption as well too.
Nice warp there.
Oh, he gets a warp at the end. Hopefully he
really
doesn't get touched by a sumo wrestler, though. One problem with the warp in the final stage is that if you do run into a sumo wrestler with that warp, it will stop you dead in your tracks because the sumo wrestlers grab. Sumo wrestlers are one of two enemies in the game that will grab you and move you around. The sumo wrestler and the chimera. So if JKL would have gotten touched by a sumo wrestler during that warp, JKL would have stopped right then and there, and the sumo wrestler would have had his way with him for a little bit. But luckily, JKL didn't get touched by the sumo wrestler and was warped directly to Miramasa, where he's going to try and make quick work of Miramasa.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Ariel taking down Snake Man. He's gone.
Goodbye, Snake Man, and the best music in the series.
On to Gemini Man.
Arguably, in my opinion, one of the easier stages in the first four. I would actually say this is like one of the harder stages in Mega Man 3 NES.
Yep.
But in Game Boy, I would arguably say this is one of the easier stages of the first four Robot Masters.
The platforming, at least in this one, is pretty easy. The only downside to it is the tadpole sections. I really don't like them in this version. I can never figure them out properly for some reason.
Well, in the tadpole section here, we should actually see Ariel switch to Buster and use Charge Shot to go through the eggs. So,
I think he's going for the safety energy tank there. I think that's up there. When I play this game, I don't bother until Dustman stage to pick up any E-tanks. Because it's like, there's two of them in the stage and it's easy to game over and just redo the stage, and then you have all four going into Wily. But as a safety precaution during a race like this, getting an extra E-tank is not a bad idea. Also, meanwhile, for anybody who cares about soccer, Belgium is in the lead, 2-0 against Russia.
Wait, who's that in the lead? Belgium?
Yep.
3-0, you said?
2-0.
Still, though, that's, wow, beat down. Good, go Belgium.
Yeah, hopefully they finally do something, because
I know a great man from
is
Belgium.
known for doing great and then suddenly not doing anything at all anymore. So I know my own country.
I mean, Russia's known for winning battles in Russia. I don't know if that really translates. I mean, is the game in Russia? And also, is it winter?
Where
I'm joking. I was just messing around.
I actually have no idea where the
as long as
things are.
As long as it's not in Russia and also winter, then Belgium has a chance.
Yeah, no, Belgium is one of the strongest teams in soccer, but yeah, for some reason they always get tired or something. Not tired as in fatigued, just tired of playing.
Right.
So,
what happened with the player that you were talking about before the race started?
No idea actually. I didn't
geez.
see the updates.
Oh boy.
But yeah, one of the players from Denmark collapsed on the field, so they had to do CPR, and I don't know what came after, but they stopped the match, so it's postponed.
Oh wow, that's probably not good.
No. So yeah, all hopes go out to I don't remember his name. I'm sorry, but hope everything is fine right now. He is fine? There we go. Thank God. Ericsson, yes, that's the one. Meanwhile, Ariel, at the end of the goal for the actual Tiny 10 race, people were very happy that we only did half the game, but now they have to go through the hardest part of the game for sure.
Yep.
Luckily, Wily is pretty easy compared to other Mega Man games, but the stages are not.
Compared to Mega Man 7, yeah.
Yeah.
But you notice that Ariel during the Gemini fight that Ariel used Snake Man. So the weapon weaknesses are actually different, a little bit different in this game as well too than its NES counterpart. Now that Ariel has taken out the Big Susie, he will be moving into the next 4 Robot Masters that are pulled from Mega Man 4. So we have Dive Man, Skull Man, Dust Man, and Drill Man. And Ariel starting out with Dust Man. Now this is the stage that I promised you would be a special stage. The stage is nuts. Yeah, that's all I can say about the stage for now. It's a crazy stage. Some wild jumps, some wild enemy respawns.
Yeah, it offers some very tight platforming, sadly. I don't know why they did that with this one. It's really hard. Like,
It's really hard.
It's no joke. Like, even playing this casually, it's like always makes you. Jesus, I can't find my words right now, but it makes you sweat if you need to do those jumps. That's what I want to say. Especially because I think those jumps are meant to be done with the, well, not done, that you just need to do Rush Jet, but you don't get Rush Jet until the end of the 4 Robot Masters here, so...
So here comes the first trial of Dustman stage here, which is the Crusher segment. Doesn't look too bad now, but it'll shrink up here moving forward. Then we have the next trial, which is the Spike Room. So what you're gonna see Ariel do is Ariel's gonna play it a bit safe and do the slide under this and just get through it that way. Just take two takes at the rock wall, or the dirt wall rather. All right, got past the plunger segment. On to the next the checkpoint. A lot of spikes in the stage, and here we have I call it the tennis thrower, where if you don't jump over the pit in a timely manner, you're gonna get a tennis ball to the face.
Yeah, here's two of those jumps that are scary. The checkpoint for this stage is actually just in front of the crusher section, so
right in front of the plunger section.
Which makes it even crappier. But yeah, these jumps you can definitely make them without rush, but yeah, using rush there is not a bad idea, to be honest.
My favorite part of the stage is coming up right now.
Yep, here it is.
Here it is. This is my favorite room.
Yeah, definitely made for rush jets. Like, even the ladder you can't reach normally, so yeah. But going through the boss order, and this is the correct boss order, you just don't have rush jets at this point. So it's kind of weird choice, especially from this developer, because this was not Capcom who made these. I can't remember the name right now of the team that actually did this, but they did 1, 3, 4, and 5. And this is the only one where there's like these kind of jumps, so it's kind of weird. But he made it through it, so Dustman shouldn't pose too much of an issue.
Dustman himself is actually a pretty easy fight. Like, obviously you have the Dustman RNG with the Dust Flex, right? But for the most part, the fight itself is relatively easy. Are you gonna get Flex done?
2 times so far, yeah. Josh also making it to Dustman stage. JKL closely behind, like two bosses, basically 2 stages behind.
Josh 124 made up a lot of ground on Ariel, as did JKL. So
yeah. Sadly, missing that first jump. It's a doozy already.
It's a hard game, like, just straight up. Like, Mega Man 3 is not an easy game, casually or a speedrun. That's why the people that run Mega Man 3 Game Boy, like, run it for a month and never play it again, because it just ruins your mental health.
Yep.
It's so hard.
Absolutely.
Ariel going into Skullman. This is kind of an interesting stage. The only problem with this stage is there's so much happening in the screen. So you got the bouncing bullets from the turrets, you have the little spindle things that are flopping around, and you have the bats, and there's so much stuff that happens in these screens that it can cause a pretty significant amount of lag. But otherwise, this is a pretty solid stage. It's nothing like Dustman's stage, at least, so.
Yeah, what I really like about the Mega Man Game Boy games is that they did not just, like, blatantly copy stages from the NES or something like that. They always made some rooms that resemble the original stages, but most of them are super unique, and especially for Skullman, if you played the NES version, that one takes place outside. Somewhere outside. This one takes place inside, and they really played around with the idea of the skull and bones throughout this stage. It's something you don't really see in the NES version, weirdly enough, actually.
Yeah. Ariel there resetting Eddie a few times to try and get a full health power to progress through the rest of the stage without fear of dying.
Did not even know you could do that. I thought he would despawn, but that's actually a pretty cool thing.
If you progress forward the screen or collect the item, I believe he'll despawn. Right, but if you don't collect the item and go backwards the screen, he should respawn. I don't know if he does that. I don't know if he does that in other Mega Mans, but I know he does that in 3 Game Boy.
Yeah, I just never really tried, I guess, either. So it's nice to see that. Joss, meanwhile, getting to the 4 scariest jumps in the game again.
Looks like we have glitch on the refights, potentially, possibly.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, I am genius.
You are a genius. I've always said that about you.
Yep. More people should.
it's the whole Super Mario Land 2 thing that ruins it for you.
I'll send them pieces of the controller. They can have it as a memento. I'll even sign it for them. So here we are in the Skullman fight. The Skullman fight's annoying because, well, the Skull Shield that Skullman can use, obviously uses a lot, and its weakness is Dustman. So, but Ario making quick work. Had a little bit of bad luck at the start there with the Skull Shields, but wasn't a big deal at all.
Yeah, it's kind of random what he does, as far as I know. Unless you can manipulate it, I have actually no idea.
I have no idea, yeah.
It is either random or manipulatable.
Yeah, one of the two.
And whether or not it's either is random.
Exactly.
The RNG is RNG.
I mean, that's kind of like the theme with like the Mega Man 4 bosses, though, ain't it? Like, a lot of them are pretty RNG based. Like, there's a lot of randomness to the Mega Man 4 bosses. Like, Dive Man can dive into the ground where you just don't hit him. Dust Man can flex on you. Skull Man can do the shields. Drill Man can do whatever Drill Man does. Like, there's a lot of just randomness to the Mega Man 4 bosses, I feel. That just happens with.
Meanwhile, Ariel in my least favorite stage, actually. Like,
yeah.
I prefer Dustman over Dive Man, just because all these gaps are super tight, and the underwater jumping works a little bit more wonky than it should, so it's very easy to like hold down the button like for a millisecond too long, and you end up dying. And I also don't like the routing you have to do to make it through these things fast, so I always end up playing this super slow, so it's my least favorite stage for sure.
Yeah, something that the runners have to be careful of is when they jump into a screen transition, like you saw earlier after Ario killed the whale. If they jump too high into the screen transition, they could actually die. They could actually die into the next screen because the spikes are high up as well too. So like right there, if Ario would have done a full jump in the water and transitioned the screen, Ario actually would have hit those spike balls and died.
Meanwhile, JKL already in the 4 Robot Masters, so
yeah, JKL
he might be making up some time here.
Josh124 making his way through Skullman. Which knocking out or fighting the tank right now, rather, for K. Rool. So they can take Lisa to the Moon Island. But yeah, I would say Dive Man is probably one of my least favorite stages to go fast in. Yeah. I don't mind the stage casually all that much, but in a speed run, this stage is really anxiety inducing just because of just the low gravity in the water just doesn't work like you'd think it would. Like even the momentum itself doesn't work as you think it would.
Ariel playing it safe with the rush jet there at the final part. But he should be done now, yeah.
Yep. Few more spikes to avoid.
JKL taking the crush there, I don't know why, but he was just standing there. Weird thing about the crush is, the hitboxes of the Crushers also work when they're going up, which I don't think they do in the NES version. So if you would slide into them, like when they're going upwards, but you would be crushed if you would be beneath them in that case, and you touch them from the sides, you would still get crushed.
Yep.
Like, very odd. I don't know how that works, but...
Looks like Ariel got a good dive man at least, so... On to Drill Man.
I like this stage, actually, because of how you use the skull shield to just not care about anything.
I just like the aesthetic of the stage, because like everything has been so like workshop-y or warehousey, and like all of a sudden you get this stage here that's just like dirt. You know, it's just, you know,
Dirt.
I just like the aesthetic of the stage compared to everything else. It's something different to look at.
I think Ariel has one E-Tank at the moment, so
Yep.
I'm not sure what he's gonna do. Maybe go for the 4 E-Tanks, but yeah. I would suggest him to first clear the stage and then come back, actually, if he wants to go for it. Then again, I think there is another E-Tank you can get during the Wily stage, so it's not technically necessary. Here it is, quick jump, because you really need to jump quickly there. Those platforms are just as worse in the Game Boy version than they are in the NES version.
Yep.
A little late on the skull shield there. But yeah, this is what I like about this stage. It's just put the shield on and you're good to go.
Here come the bomb blocks again. As you saw in Sparkman stage earlier on. Something that Ariel does have to be careful of whenever they backtrack a little bit in the screen is that the enemies can respawn back in. So if they do backtrack a little too far, the enemies will respawn.
There we go. Pretty clean stage, and meanwhile JKL done with dust as well. Catching up for sure.
And bad luck off the start for Ariel. Drill Man going right into the ground immediately.
You really have to suspend some disbelief when you're considering Robot Masters in Mega Man games. Like, why wouldn't Drill Man just... Uh-oh.
How so?
Oh, hang on. My internet just died. Oh, shit.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, it's coming back. Alright, we're good. I think, maybe. I don't know. Maybe OBS is being a butthole.
Josh124 having a whale of a time right now.
I was gonna say something very profound about Robot Masters. Okay, now we're back in the green in OBS. Alright, good. So you may or may not have heard any of that, everyone. And like with Drill Man there, why wouldn't he just dive, under the ground, pop up, hit you, and then dive immediately again, right?
Yeah.
That's a very good video game logic, and I mean that sincerely, to make it, so it's a tolerable game, because this game would just wreck you if it was just playing by, like, what would be Dr. Wily's rules, You can't think about video games too much, I guess is the takeaway here.
Yeah.
But I do love me some Mega Man. But
Wily has made a few robots that are literally invincible. I always wonder why he just doesn't mass produce those and be done with it, but yeah.
Like the alien in Mega Man 2 is messing around, like, doing sine waves or figure eights or whatever, and like shooting at you. You should just like beeline right to Mega Man. Boom, touch, dead. The end. Like, oh, you got a bubble? I don't care. I'm on top of you.
Yeah, there's also that robot in the cutscene in Mega Man 7 before he goes into the Wily Castle. Like that thing just grabs Mega Man and he's dead basically. If Duo wouldn't have shown up.
Yeah.
Ariel, meanwhile, took down Punk, one of the Mega Man killers. He can be a little bit tricky because he does a lot of damage, but his pattern is easy to recognize. But yeah, he's in the final stage because Wily only has one stage in this one.
I'm gonna hazard a guess that old Glitch Witch is taking a little respite here, so.
Oh, I'm sure. Maybe they're watching the glitch on how to get past.
Oh, yeah, that's possible. Now if someone were to do that, EBC, you take the time out right now and try to incorporate it into a run for the first time. How realistic a possibility would that be?
It depends on the skill of the runner to start. I'm familiar with Glitch, and I know that they're a good runner.
Yes.
Just in general, just a good runner. I believe if they were to watch a run, maybe not like one of the faster runs, not like world record run or anything like that, like maybe one of the slower runs, and count how many hits it took to kill the boss, and just did it mentally, like as they got to the boss and fought the boss and counted how many hits they've done. I bet Glitch could do it in 2 or 3 attempts.
Okay. That's a little bit better than I expected. I didn't because it's a frame perfect thing, right? That always seems a little daunting to just I'm just gonna look this up and try to do it in a race.
Yeah, that's why I say it really depends on the skill of the runner. Like I said, I'm familiar with Glitch's work, and I know they're a good runner in general, just whatever they play. So and I've know they've done similar types of glitches and tech before in games. So they have the familiarity of a frame perfect glitch, so they can kind of understand like the reason behind it. So I think someone on Glitch's level could do it in about 3 or 4 attempts. I think someone that has never speed ran a game before and decided to go into glitched Roland's Curse frame perfect mode, I think would have a lot more difficulty with it, even with the counting solution.
Yeah.
Like, I think when I learned Roland glitched, I think it took me about I don't know, 30 minutes to get my first glitched run. And that's coming from a person that doesn't run glitch heavy games either. The heaviest glitch game that I ran was Ghoul School at the time, so.
Well, that's pretty heavy on glitches.
Yeah, I mean it is, but the glitches are easy in that game.
Yeah, but I mean,
there's only one.
Yeah.
There's only one hard thing in that entire run, and that's getting into the vents. Like towards the end of the run, like that's literally the only hard part of that run. Like going into the background of the game to not get hurt or whatever. Like you literally just walk into a locker, like So I mean, it's a glitch heavy run, sure, but like the glitches are simple. Like a person can learn the glitches relatively quick for that game. But and the glitches are really lenient as well in that game. So like like I said, the hardest one is the vent one, because that one's probably the most accurate one you have to hit on.
Ariel, meanwhile, halfway through the stage, had to fight the Susie again. which behaves a little bit different, but is basically the exact same boss. And JKL did a very clean rush jet dive man thing. He missed his first jump, but after the cycle reset, he did it pretty nice. Ariel ready to take on Wowie.
Dr. Wowie.
So yeah, no refights in this one. They didn't get introduced until Mega Man 4 on Game Boy. So it's just straight into the Wily machine. Which is a really cool design for this one, in my opinion. I really like this one. Not as a fight, but just how it looks. Very easy boss. You could stand in the left corner, he can't hurt you there at all. But then you get a few less shots in. But that's a safer way to do it for sure. And now the only use of the punk weapon.
Yep.
Still better than Sakugane, but still pretty useless throughout the rest of the game.
Still better than Tango.
Still better than Tango, yeah. It's not that easy to hit Wily with Punk. This weapon, I don't know what it's called. Punk Screw or something. Because you have to shoot in between those bouncy balls. There is a rhythm to it if you're used to it, but it's not that easy. Luckily, Ariel does have E-tanks at the go. It's a very annoying fight, this one.
Yeah.
There you go. That was Mega Man 3. And on to the final game for Ariel.
Turtles 3. Radical Rescue.
Yeah, people loved it so much during the last Tiny Ten. It was a good idea to bring this back yet again.
Yeah. Yeah, cool game. You start out as Michelangelo, and you, I think this was another Decide Your Category game, or did we explicitly say what category had to be done with this one? I don't remember.
No, it's finish the game basically.
Okay.
Any way you like it.
Because I know you can skip. Who is it? Raphael or whoever it is.
Donatello.
Donatello, yeah.
And you can skip health pickups as well if you want to. Like it's all just what feels best for you, depending on the familiarity with the game.
Yeah. So
Skipping Dawn isn't a big deal.
Yeah, no, he's the worst turtle in a way.
Oh. It's my favorite.
No one's favorite.
Yes, mine. I just said it.
No one's favorite. He's only good in Turtles NES.
Yeah, he is overpowered in the NES one.
Because he can beat the entire screen. But if you're unfamiliar with Turtles 3 on Game Boy, it is a Metroid-style game where it's you traverse through I think it's just a cave, isn't it? I don't think it's the Technodrome at all. I think it's just a cave.
A cave, a little bit of a forest, another part of a cave, and like an underground base, technically. Yeah.
Yeah. So, first boss fight.
And that's Scratch, who you will only remember from the cartoon if you watch the later seasons, because otherwise you don't.
Yeah, there's no Krang in this game, so...
No Krang, no. Yeah, this is a very interesting game, for sure.
Yeah, so going back to like the gameplay and the game style, it's a Metroid-style game where you have to traverse through an underground base. You only have Michelangelo to start. As you kill the boss, you notice the boss dropped a key. What that key is going to do is that it gives Michelangelo the ability to unlock a turtle. So one of the first turtles that Michelangelo or you're going to encounter as a player is Leonardo. And then once you get Leonardo, every turtle has a special ability. So Michelangelo can twirl his nunchucks in the air to slow down his fall. Leonardo can turn into a drill. Raphael can go into a shell. I don't know what Donatello does because no.
He can climb up wall.
Donatello does machines.
Why would you want to climb up a wall when you can just climb a ladder?
Well, because there is one part in this game where, well, two actually, that basically require you to be able to climb a wall. But they didn't think the one part through very good. And if you do a little jump in a way that you're not supposed to really do it, but you can do it anyways, you can just jump over it. So you can reach a platform you wouldn't be able to reach. And yeah, depending on every runner what they will do, and I think they will all skip Dawn for sure, but yeah, depending on what they do, you will see Dawn or you won't see Dawn.
I don't want to see Dawn. Hashtag no Dawn. So you noticed there that you saw Ariel use Leonardo's drill or corkscrew, whatever you want to call it, to break out a quote-unquote hidden section to pick up a health upgrade. I want to say Leonardo is invulnerable while doing the corkscrew.
He is, right? But there's never anything there anyways to hurt you, basically. Because you can just do it anywhere. You can only do it on those special blocks that are breakable. And there's never anything there, so...
Something to notice too with the UI, obviously the bottom left you can see the life and the score. But the bottom right is your inventory. So you see a full pizza, a key card, and a blank space. So if Ariel loses all of their health, it'll automatically consume that full pizza and put them back to full health again. Otherwise, if they don't have a full pizza and die, I believe they game over, right?
Yep, they game over. Indeed. So this is like it has a weird system, this game, and I don't know why they did it, but you have 2 continues, but you also have a password, which is dumb, in my opinion. Like, just give one or the other, but not both. Like, if you do have passwords to get somewhere, you don't need to have continues anyways.
Well, I think they give you the passwords because, like, this is a long name, casually. Mm-hmm. So, like, yes, you have continues, right? Like, if you're playing, like, in a one-sitting type deal. But, like, also, like, if you're playing it for a little bit and you came over and you're like, well, damn, you know, like, all right, I'm gonna put the game down for a bit, and you turn off the game, like, you don't have that continue anymore. Yeah. So you have to put in the password. So, like, I get why they have both systems.
I mean, it's a handheld platform after all, so you never know when those batteries are gonna die.
That's true.
For sure. Yeah.
But you know what? It's also a handheld platform. System. When are you going to have a pen and paper on you?
No, you take in 1992, you take a picture with your cell phone, and so that way.
Yeah.
No, you use the Game Boy camera. I just remembered.
It ain't out yet. Game Boy camera ain't out yet. 92.
You have to hold it up to the mirror, take a picture with the Game Boy camera, and then you have to hold it up to another mirror to reverse the image back.
Are you inventing the Game Boy camera in 1992?
Yes, I am. Okay?
All right.
Yeah, because Donatello does machines. That's what he's doing when you don't pick him up. He's making the Game Boy camera. So you can take down the password to replay the game when your battery dies in your Game Boy in 1992. You're welcome.
Oh,
I would just
boy.
rather pop in Fromer. I would rather just put it in the planner cartridge from the Info Games cart, and just put it into my planner of Turtles 3 password. That way I have to put in another Game Boy cart to figure out what the password is to play another Game Boy game.
This is getting very complicated for no apparent reason.
Starting to see why no one likes these Game Boy games.
Oh boy.
See,
Yeah,
that was the benefit of the NES and Super NES. Like, you played at home, so you can just be like, "Mom, I need a notebook and pen, quick."
Yeah. And what's even worse is that, like, all that 1992 crap is all fine and all, but this game came out in 1993, so yeah.
All right, well, the Game Boy camera still wasn't made yet.
That's true.
So my point is still valid.
Boy.
And then you can just print it off on the Game Boy printer.
Yep.
JKL is not playing a color hack. JKL is either playing on a Game Boy colored emulator, whether it's Gambit or BizHawk with the Gambit core, or they are playing on the Game Boy player from the GameCube.
Yeah. I think it's an emulator because it has the frame
Oh, I didn't even notice that, yeah.
counter and input reader, yeah. Now, if you haven't played Radical Rescue yet, I would absolutely recommend you doing so. It's not that big of a game, to be honest. It might look very daunting when you first play the game and you see the map, but it's really not that big of a game once you figure out where to go exactly. But it is a hard game. Don't forget that, because this is really not an easy game to play.
It's tough when you get to the boss rush. Like, when you do the bosses individually, like one-on-one, to progress through the game, it's not... The bosses aren't so bad. There is a bit of a learning curve to the bosses, but the bosses aren't so bad. It's when you get to the boss rush is when this game, like, really, really ramps up. If you ask, like, most runners of this game, like, what is the most daunting part of the speedrun, I would probably venture to guess that most of them will say the boss rush segment. I remember Zorlax, the former world record holder of this game, and I were discussing the game once upon a time when I was playing it casually, and I was like, "Oh, hey, by the way, did you know you could do this on the Shredder fight?" And I think I was Donatello, unfortunately. And if you climb the wall and if you climb the wall and go into the wall in a certain way, you can actually just not get hit by Shredder at all. You can completely avoid Shredder's attack. Like, you still have to drop down and do the attack to Shredder, but if you climb the wall and be in a certain spot, you have a safe spot on a wall with Donatello.
Yeah, the way the game is configured when it comes to boss fights is basically they're all designed to for you to use the latest turtle you get. Like, all of them have like a specific kind of attack that can easily be avoided if you pick a specific turtle. Except maybe for Dirtbag, because like Leonardo doesn't really do much. But when it comes to Snake Tail. Is it Scale Tail? Scale Tail or Triceratron. Like, you basically need to use the turtles you get, but like the versatility that you get with Michelangelo's float or hover is just so good that it can be used for practically any boss. But when it comes to Shredder, he is designed for you to use all 4 of them, so you're constantly switching out turtles to avoid attacks. Like, if he goes into his teleport phase at the top of the screen, you should use Raph because he moves faster while in the shell, so you can easily avoid him. If he does those flaming attacks, you should climb the wall with Donatello because he can't hit you that way, and yada yada yada. But like, if you're actually used to playing the game, you will just use Michelangelo for everything.
This game does have a really nice feature at the end of the game that we'll save until people get there. It's my favorite feature of any video game ever. So here we get to see Raph's special power now. Can we all agree that Raphael is probably the best turtle?
No.
I think we can all agree on that. Yes, I think we can all agree that Raphael is the best turtle. Like, oddly enough, and I like Donatello more than Leonardo. Like, I'm not a big fan of Leonardo. Just not.
Is anybody though? Like
he's just a goody two shoes. I just don't like Leonardo.
Leonardo is the Mario of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He is the run-of-the-mill dude. Like, yeah, like he's got like nothing special going on. I mean, yeah, he's got swords. That's pretty cool, but like, but I mean, you know,
swords are only cool if you do cool things with swords. Name one cool thing Leonardo did with swords.
I mean, he lost them in season 3, so
exactly.
Like, he didn't have them anymore. Yeah. It was too violent.
Oh boy, that cartoon. Oh. I mean, it put Turtles on the radar, the cartoon, the 90s cartoon, that is. And it did a lot of great things, like most of the villains everybody knows today are from the cartoon, for sure. But Jesus, was it so kiddie. Like, anything had to be censored because mothers were crying that children were throwing shurikens at each other or whatever. It's like, oh man.
I too often threw shurikens in my childhood.
Yeah. Or that everybody was going out to buy nunchucks all of a sudden. Yeah, because children could just go out and buy nunchucks.
You don't live in America.
That's true.
I mean, they're in aisle 14 at Walmart.
Yeah, literally just go to,
right next to the rifles.
You just go to Kmart and just go grab one. You open up the Sears catalog and your mom would be like, "What do you want for Christmas?" You just circle a
nunchuck.
Yeah.
Also, in the hands of a kid, nunchucks are way more dangerous for the kid using them than for anyone else.
True.
I'm gonna hit you with nunchucks. Ow, my face!
I mean, I did have a toy Leonardo sword growing up. I do remember that. Like, I think I had one or both of Leonardo's swords, but in plastic toy form.
Of course, yeah.
Even though I didn't like Leonardo at all. But yeah, no, the whole Turtles thing is really interesting because, you know, like, it's, you know, you had the comics for the Turtles, which are kind of dark, you know, at least to start.
Yeah, I've actually been reading them recently, and the ones actually made by Eastman and I forgot the other, Laird. Those one are hardcore. Like, they're really dark, but they've only done so many issues. Like, most of the issues actually got made by the other people that eventually worked for them. Those are a little bit more, I wouldn't say silly, but like out there. Like, most of them don't really do much. But if you read the ones actually made by the original two creators, they're like, whew, not bad.
No, like reading, like I've only read a handful of the Turtle comics, and I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. Like I definitely prefer the cartoons a bit more, just because like they're just easier for me to like just follow at this point. However, I do not like the new Turtle cartoons at all.
Yeah, the last two Nickelodeon-based Turtle cartoons are... I don't even think they're good for kids, really. Like,
it's
they
not
are
so much
too
like,
different.
It's not so much the content, it's just the art style I don't like at all.
That is also true. I just don't like the changes they made to a lot of the things. It's just... And that's the problem with a lot of cartoons. They're made for kids, but nothing anymore for adults, really. And for the original cartoon, you can argue that it's corny and cheesy and just made to sell toys, which is still the case, for sure. But they made a lot of interesting characters during the original run that are still known to this day. Like, all these enemies you see in all these Turtle games are basically based upon that cartoon in particular, because none of those show up in the original comics. Like, spoiler if you ever want to read the original comics, but Shredder literally dies in the first issue. He's just gone. He will never return, so... Well, that's also not true, but he basically dies. He just shows up in a few issues, that's all. And Krang, the species, those are called the Utron or the Ultron, they're good guys. They're not like the evil Krang that we know, so the original cartoon did that good, because we have a lot of interesting characters through that one. And they'll show up in the new comics as well. But if you really want a good Turtles cartoon, it's the one from 2000. That is actually a really good one. It's dark, it follows a lot of the original comic, and it's just not like stupid, corny kid stuff, you know.
What about the Michael Bay movies?
We don't talk about those at all. I mean, he just wanted to show off Megan Fox's tits for the 110th time.
I mean, not wrong, not wrong.
Yeah, I'm not. And I hate the CG turtles. They're god awful. God awful.
So we have Ario now. Speaking of turtles, into the boss gauntlet, boss rush.
Yep.
Facing Scratch. See, this game does it right. There is a boss health meter.
Yeah.
This game does it right.
Yeah. All the bosses, the previous bosses, now have full health bars. Before they had like 6 or 8 or 10, and now they have full. And Ariel got all the upgrades, actually, for the health, which is not necessary if you don't want to.
It looks like JKL is fighting Dirtbag.
Michael Bay movies are fun. I highly disagree. I really didn't like the Turtle ones. I'm not talking about Michael Bay movies in general.
No, my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Michael Bay movie is easily The Rock.
Dude, if Dwayne Johnson ever played in a Turtles movie, it'd probably be the best movie.
I mean, they would just paint him green and be like, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Here's what they would need to do to make it awesome, right? They would need to have The Rock. The Rock can be Michelangelo. Then you have to have Stone Cold. Stone Cold will be Raphael, because Stone Cold is way better than The Rock.
Whoa, whoa.
Then you'd have to have Triple H as Donatello.
This is getting progressively worse.
Because no one really likes Triple H all that much, but he's tolerable.
Okay.
Then you just have to have like John Cena as Leonardo because no one likes him. So. See?
Well, no, you don't even have to get John Cena. Just say that John Cena's in the movie, and then like every time they talk to Leonardo, he's off camera because you can't see him.
Oh boy.
Or we could remake the first movie and John Cena can be Casey Jones.
I was gonna say John Cena seems like he'd be getting no. Well, I don't know. Maybe CM Punk is Casey Jones. He likes hockey a lot.
Well, right, but I'm just
although
saying
he would look
Casey
ridiculous
Jones,
compared to all
only,
those guys.
He's only in like 3 scenes of the original movie.
Yeah, but one of them is him murdering Shredder.
That's true.
He just straight up kills him. And like is real cheeky about it too. He's like, whoop! Accidentally just crushed you to death! Whoopsie daisy!
Accidentally pulled the fever on you. My bad. Spoiler, by the way, if you never saw the first
get the hell, yeah.
from like 1992.
Yes, also Rosebud was the sled, as long as we're hitting these things at peak popularity. Jesus Christ. Ah, damn it, I was watching the first Turtles movie tonight for the first time. It's ridiculous, this RGL garbage.
Well, if you haven't seen it, just do it, actually, because it's a amazing movie.
Can we all agree that Turtles 3 is awful, though?
I never seen it, so sure.
Yes.
Can we all agree that Turtles 2 is probably one of the best Turtles movies?
Much like The Godfather, the first 2 movies are perfect, and the third one, no one needs to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. 3 was just hot garbage. Like Shredder looked like he was on hard drugs in 3.
I mean, that's because they...
Ironically,
they got rid of Kevin Nash, and the guy looked like he was on hard drugs.
Moses sitting there like, I don't know what you guys are talking about with Kevin Nash.
No, absolutely not.
But yeah, no, true. Big true. Turtles 2, though. Turtles 2 had Vanilla Ice, man. He had the ninja rap.
He freestyled that. See, people don't give Vanilla Ice enough credit, but that is a hot freestyle. I mean, the amazing thing is how did they come up with the music freestyle as well? Like, what are the odds?
So Mario,
yeah, go ahead.
Mario and the Shredder fight right now. Shredder has 2 phases.
I mean, he's got the pizza in the tank, so I think he's gonna win.
Phase 1 is kind of an easy, just like understand how Shredder moves type deal. But Phase 2, Shredder probably watched some Dragon Ball Z sometime in his life, and all of a sudden can now throw what are they called? They're not spirit bombs, but I forgot the name of the energy ball now. But can throw energy balls around and float in the air like he's a Saiyan. So this is where like Donatello's wall climb does come in handy because you can actually climb to the top of the wall and Shredder can't hit you with the energy waves.
So if you're walking, beautiful. If you're walking at the end there. Can you actually, die and game over?
Yeah, this is the best part of the game right here. Best part of the game. And that's GG to Ariel. So.
Yeah, Ariel won, everybody! GG, Ariel.
Congratulations. And JKL sadly accidentally reset his game.
Oh no!
And he doesn't want to redo it because he's tired. So he forfeited. Sadly.
Oh, okay, well...
He made up a lot of time during Mega Man. So that really sucks.
Okay, let's see. How can I do this? Okay, I can switch people around. We have 4 left. If I get rid of Ariel and JKL. Well, congratulations, JKL. You guys talk for a little bit and see if Ariel wants to do the thing that we do after all this, and I'll try to sort out the stream.
All right.
Okay, no, you guys have to talk.
Speaking of Dragon Ball, When are we gonna put Dragon Ball into a Tiny Ten?
There
is.
On Game Boy?
I think so.
No. I think Game Boy Color is the first one.
Oh, we're gonna put Game Boy Color games in.
Never.
The first game will be Metal Gear.
Yes, and that's the only game.
That is the only game. What are the current placements? Ariel won with a time of 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 34 seconds. Second place right now looks like Josh124, progressing through Turtles 3. Followed by, I'm not sure, it could be Narblast or it could be Glitch Witch. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, that will... yeah, that's gonna be weird.
And I'm not sure about the rest because a lot of other people came into this blind or semi-blind, so I don't know what the scoreboard looks like outside.
So JKL is actually not playing. That's the demo of the game. He forfeited after a little reset mishap. It's just there to have footage at least. Yeah.
We can try and get...
Which I can just say, God bless for leaving that up right now. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, JKL.
We can try and get Ariel and JKL into the thing to do the thing to talk about the thing. So if they're interested, I don't even know if they're listening. I don't feel like typing. My fingers are broken. Mo, do my typing. Shin-chan. So yeah. Looks like Josh124 is actually in the boss rush right now for Turtles. The glitches in Maru's mission. I'm glad that they put a warning up on their screen that says lots of flashing. Very, very true.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Very true. It looks like they're just starting Maru as well, too, as they're on the Insector fight right now. I don't know if Glitch is going into this blind or not. I wonder if they know to press select to activate their special weapon.
Looks like it.
Oh yeah. A little bit of a bad pattern from Insector, unfortunately, but yeah. Not much you can do with that pattern from Insector. Sometimes Insector is just like, you know what? Instead of going down and just hovering, I'm just going to charge your face, and there's not much you can do about it.
Meanwhile, just fighting a Triceraton. It's a species. Actually, not invented for the cartoon. Actually, is from the comic.
Is that what Rocksteady is?
No, Rocksteady is just a guy merged with a... What is it?
Rhinoceros.
Yeah.
Bebop is merged with a warthog.
Yeah. Those are from the cartoon. Those don't show up in the original comics. Baxter also doesn't turn into a fly. That's also from the cartoon.
That's unfortunate.
The only thing I don't really like about the original comics is April, actually. She's a very weak character. Actually, the assistant of Baxter, which they did use in the second cartoon. That's her story there. But she's not a reporter or anything like that.
What is she then?
The assistant of Dr. Baxter.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Does she still wear yellow?
Nope, she does not look at all like Ariel from the 90s cartoon. That's literally her best iteration. In the original comics, she first she has like normal, how do you call that, straight hair, and then she goes for that late 80s, begin 90s curly hairdo that everybody wanted. Like I always give the example from what's it called, Coming to America, with the glow thing. And that's what she
Soul Glow.
Yeah. That's, for some reason, she does that. I don't know. She doesn't do much in the comics, to be perfectly honest.
Oh no! Glitch got thrown into the pit from the Chimera.
No.
So this is what happens when you get thrown into a pit. The screen flips and turns and does a bunch of weird stuff. And then, luckily enough, though, the American version is lenient, where if you fall into the pit one time, you just start the stage over again. But if they get thrown into the pit, I think 1 or 2 more times, they are starting Maru over again. There are no continues in Maru's mission, so...
No.
Oh, they got the bomb. Oh, no.
Horrible. Oh, and got caught by a Chimera again. Fun times in Maru. Josh. Wrecking Cyber Shredder there. They should be done with the game now.
Yo.
Congrats on second place with a time of, let me see in the channel, 3 hours and 13 minutes.
In 1 second.
And 1 second, yeah. Very nice. That nice 60 frames credit scene that shows up in some Game Boy games, but does not capture well, sadly.
Cowabunga.
I think Link's Awakening is the other one that has that. Then you can't even read half of the text that's on the screen.
Yep. But you can listen to the Cowabunga at the end, though. Cowabunga. Depends on the capture too. Like sometimes, like whenever I do Turtles 3, like I don't have the blinking effect like Josh does right now. Mine kind of just like stays at the turtle screen, but like you can't read the cast at all.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think those things only really work on an actual Game Boy or something.
yeah, they work awesome on an actual Game Boy. It looks sweet on an actual Game Boy.
Yeah. They're having some troubles with R-Type, apparently.
You gotta get that thing. You gotta get that thing in front of your ship to block all the bullets.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like stage 2 is like the hardest for sure. There's a lot going on that you need to be able to dodge. All the other stages are way easier. Nobody has really said anything about bombing anywhere.
What?
Oh, in general, okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah, they jumped into chat. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Cool. Guitar Blast almost done with
Mega Man.
Drill Man stage.
Looks like it's his final Robot Master stage as well too before he goes into Punk.
Yep.
That has to take on Dr. Wowie. Ooh, got him in the ground.
Yeah, we're almost done with the dumbest game on the list.
I rolled the dice and he actually talked. He was doing so well for a while too. I was like, cool, he's not speaking. This is great. I got lucky. Nope. And he talked.
I was trying to see if we can actually get the.
That's fine. He can do commentary. It's all good. I'm trying to sort out this different overlay. Josh wrapped up a little bit faster than I was expecting, so congratulations to Josh. That was awesome. But once JKL forfeited, I was like kind of left scrambling, adjusting everything. So I apologize. I'm gonna get his sorted out real quick, and let's see. Oh, that's not what I needed to do. Okay.
Well, meanwhile, here's your European Championship update. Belgium won 3-0.
Oh no! What was that?
That's
Vladimir would not be happy about this.
Okay, there we go.
Neat.
Look at this. Beautiful. Darblast is
Not
doing
seen it.
great, not doing a lot of commentary. I love it. So, fantastic.
Okay.
That has a heck of audio delay on his end, though. Like, it's coming out of a monitor somewhere, a TV or monitor, and it's like a full second behind or so. Brutal. Oh, good. My OBS died again.
Yep.
Now for the longest stage of the game, most punishing stage of the game,
What?
everything.
Okay. We're back, and we have the password.
Padden making it to the boss. Hopefully he can figure out how to kill it quickly.
God, I hate those so much.
All right, let's bring in some runners here. So, Ariel is here, our grand champion of Tiny 10 Remix number 4. Ariel, congratulations.
Thank you! I'm so glad I never have to play Mega Man 3 again.
Well, no, I'm
don't
sorry.
say never.
Your grand prize is a lifetime supply of Mega Man 3. Yay!
Yeah, let's not say
It's
never.
pretty triumphant.
Like maybe we'll do like a best of Tiny 10.
Okay,
And-
I'm just saying, if you ever make me play Mega Man 3 again, please don't be the full game. Just
Well,
please.
it's gonna be the full game times 2.
That's even worse.
Well,
Stop.
maybe-
All right, we're also going to bring in JKL here. So, yeah, JKL, who had an interesting comeback and then had a somewhat less interesting and more sad
there's like
reset
85 minutes more.
towards the end there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So, JKL, tell us what
It
happened.
It makes you think you're like right at the end, but you're not.
Well, yeah, the thing is I haven't been practicing the game, most of the games that much in the past 2 weeks because it's been super warm here. So I've just done the bare minimum. And one of the things you cannot forget is that you cannot mash A, B, and start in Turtles, because if you press start A and B at the same time, you will reset the game.
Oh boy.
And yeah, that's what happened.
Where were you that you had to mash?
Well, I don't need.
Oh no.
You don't need to mash anywhere really, but I do it when I rescue the turtles. So I think I was,
Ooh, I know. Oh, I didn't think I had. Oh, I.
or when I opened a door. I think it was when I
Um,
opened the
like
door.
a DDQ or something, or
Door after rescuing, like, is it Leonardo? So it was
Yeah.
like just like 7 minutes into the run, but I was like, no, I don't want to redo it all. I've done the game in a tiny 10 before, so I was happy with it.
What base were you on, more or less? Because I don't know. That's
Well, I think it was third place when the reset happened. I think I were like 5 minutes behind Josh, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was that much because like during Mega Man 3, I think at the start you were 3 Robot Masters behind on Josh, and like by the end you were only what half a stage, like half the Wily Castle behind anymore. So you did cover a lot of ground there for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was a lot of catch up.
Mega Man was or is still a game like most of the times I will get like a 45-minute time, but I use strats that can get me like a sub 35 time if I really grind it down, but it's anyone that has played the game can tell you about how awful the jumps are in that game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ariel was
yes.
just telling us how much he loved the game and how he hopes that it's in every Tiny 10 going forward. So it sounds
Just put
like
Mega Man 2 is
He was-
better.
He was asking to have Mega Man 3 in the next Tiny 10 twice.
yeah, which we thought was a little weird, but I mean, you know,
I was
the
like-
people want it.
I was like,
Just
the game's
put Mega
hard, but
Man
alright, man. We can do that.
Yeah. I was telling you before like even though I died multiple times on stupid things, I would be pissed off at other games that have the same bad controls. But Mega Man 3 is at least fun when it actually works. So I don't think it's a super bad game, but
Wait, you mean to tell me it's supposed to work?
yeah, I mean, sometimes the jump button works.
Oh,
Mega Man 3 is the perfect game, and it doesn't need any help at all.
that's what you also say about Mario's Mission. So I just don't
Maru's
believe you
Mission
anymore.
is also a perfect game that doesn't
See?
need any assistance either.
You know what the perfect game is from this list? Quirk.
Shaq Fu.
Yes,
was
from
not
this
in
list. This
Yes.
list had Shaq Fu. Hey, real quick, guys, while we're talking about Shaq Fu, let me bring in Josh here, our second place finisher. So, okay, Josh, 124, second place in Tiny 10 Remix number 4 is joining us now. Josh, congratulations. How do you feel?
It's a bit tired out.
It's a lot of games. A lot of long games at the end.
yeah, I was just glad to get through Turtles in the end after falling down somewhere and having to figure out how to get back on track.
When this goes for all of you. So like learning the games, like I know Ariel, obviously you have experience with most of these games being a runner of the other Tiny 10. But for like JKL, I think you've done some recent Tiny 10s. Josh, you may have as well. But like what were like with the longer games, like especially with some of the games that didn't really have like a category associated with them, like Roland's Curse or Turtles 3. Like what was like the mindset going into them? Like were you more concerned with Roland's Curse because of the one frame glitch to warp to the end? Or were you more concerned with like Mega Man 3 and Turtles 3 because they're just such long games with some daunting like tech to them? Like Mega Man 3 has some really bad jumps, especially in the Dustman stage. Turtles 3 has that hellish boss gauntlet at the end with Shredder at the end of it as well too.
Yeah, Mega Man 3. I've spent a lot of time on that. Probably the first 2 weeks of prep was just spent on Mega Man 3. Turtles, I think we'd all played it in the past Tiny 10, so it wasn't too bad. I think we were all used to it from there.
Yeah, and for me, like Roland Kurz, I actually had the world record for the glitched run as well, so I wasn't that worried about it. And for Turtles, I have done a speed run previous. I've even done a speed run where I don't get any health upgrades. So
Wow.
that one wasn't that scary either. But Mega Man 3, like some of those jumps are either they are pixel perfect or you need to do a frame perfect release on the jump button. So that game is definitely the most scary game on the list, in my opinion.
For sure.
Yeah, by far.
So I know JKL, you're kind of disqualified from answering this question. Although, I mean, you did play the game, to prepare a little bit. So feel free to chime in. But for Josh and Ariel, how did you find the gauntlet in TMNT 3? I know that's something EBC talked about. A lot of runners saying is like the real tough part of the run. So how did that go for you guys?
For me, it went absolutely great. I was really scared because I haven't practiced TMNT3 in a long while because I was like, every time I tried to do a full run, I rage quit on Mega Man and never get to touch TMNT3. And right before the race, I did with a save state. I tried the boss rush, and Shredder just decided to not do any attack besides the standing kick, and I couldn't counterattack. So I ended up dying even with a pizza on the first phase. I was really scared.
Yeah, I practiced that boss rush a ton for the last Tiny 10, and even for this one, just hours put into just practicing that boss rush. And even then, it's like coming pretty close to dying or using a pizza on one of the first 4 bosses, but yeah, just from practicing it enough, I was fairly comfortable with it, and I think I got to the second phase of Shredder with a pizza, and by then I knew I was fine.
When it came to like the flow of the games, so like this list in general is a really interesting list because like it really roller coastered like the pace of which you play the game, right? Crayon Shin-Chan is a relatively slow game. It's a short game, but it's slow, right? It's a walking speed game. But you go from like a slow pace Crayon Shin-Chan first game to start right into Motocross Maniacs, which ramps up crazy at the end. We saw JKL do the ground glitch in stage 8A.
Oh wow!
To barrel through it. So, and then you go from Motocross Maniacs to Quirk, which is a little kind of fast paced because Quirk moves fast, but it's also like a slow paced game because it's only like 10 or 15 different puzzles that are randomized. To like Jetsons to R-Type to Bonk to Roll, like there's so much like mixed mash into like the pacing of the games. Like, how did that impact you? At least like towards like the later half of that list. Like, was it more like exhausting to like know like okay like I just did Maru's mission, so I just did like 20 minutes of mashing the B button to go into Mega Man to do another like 30 minutes of mashing the B button with some really crappy jumps to Turtles where like, okay, I don't really have to mash the B button at all. I just have to jump and hold the B button to spin Mike's nunchucks or whatever. Like, how did that like that pacing like go for you all?
Well, it went actually pretty fine. Like, for me, the most difficult change from game to game, I guess you could say, was from Jetsons to R-Type. Like, R-Type is surprisingly difficult to not have a stupid death anywhere.
Yeah.
and you just came from a platformer where you were mashing the A button to save on fuel, and you are coordinating attacks, and suddenly you just have to play super slow and hope to not die. It's difficult.
Yeah, I was a bit worried that having the harder games backloaded towards the end might make things tricky, because I thought I might be a bit fatigued by the end and like, here comes Mega Man and Turtles to ruin your day. But it turned out all right. It's like you get into a bit of a rhythm with it by the end, so it's actually almost autopiloting through Mega Man as much as you can anyway.
Yeah, I know just from my bit of experience with multi-game races, whether it be, you know, the Big 20 or Tiny 10 or whatever it may be, like they people always hold off the final game, or like the hardest games, like the second half of the list. And it's just so daunting to think like, oh, like here comes Metroid, right? Like number 20 or number 10 of the list, like here comes a 45-minute game after I've just spent the last, 2 hours, traversing through various genres of other games, and maybe like I'm weak at a certain game but strong at another game, so I just got done doing all of that, and it's definitely exhausting for sure.
All right, so I have an idea for Tiny 10 Remix number 5 now. Thank you.
No one knows.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I think like the flow of this list, I gotta give props. It's probably one of the best flowing lists that I played, and I played a lot of multi-game races. Then, like, even though I didn't like the list that much, the flow of the list was really good. And it was more a problem with me. I have a really hard time like speedrunning Game Boy games. I don't know why. Maybe they are too simple or something. I don't know. But yeah, the flow of this list was just amazing.
Cool. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
All I heard was complaining about mostly Mega Man 3 and a little bit of Maru's Mission. So I'm glad that there was a little bit of something that people didn't hate with this list. That's good. I mean, it doesn't bother me if you guys don't like the list, especially if you still race. Like, that's cool. You're allowed to hate the list. Like, that doesn't upset me. And we had a few more racers than I expected today. Although I know one of them quit very quickly due to a timer issue or something like that. So that was kind of a bummer. But yeah, no, I mean, as long as you guys do it, you can complain and call me all sorts of nasty names for the remixes. Don't call me anything nasty for the Tiny 10 Primes. That's all Mo and EBC. But for
we're gonna call you stuff nasty.
Well, you guys can, yeah. But I mean, like, that's, you call me. I mean, people call me rude stuff regardless, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's okay. Like, it doesn't hurt my feelings if you say that, like, you hate whatever games. Just so you guys know, it's fine. But I'm glad that you like the flow of it. That was good, because I thought it was pretty good too. And I was saying on commentary that I'm a little disappointed to hear that there was difficulty going from Jetsons to R-Type, because they're direct sequels. I don't know if you guys realize this, but George gets in the spaceship at the end.
And did you do like last remix and put all the lore together of every game?
Exactly. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you notice in Bonk, you go to the moon at the end.
Yeah, it all makes sense.
Like Roland's Curse has aliens.
Hey, at least it's better than Batman having dead Pingus on the sky.
True.
And I managed to sneak Fish Dude into this one as well. No, I did. No one even realized. But Maru's Mission has that fish section. That's 100. That's like basically just Fish Dude again. You're welcome. By popular demand. Ariel's been DMing me all the time. When can we get more Fish Dude? I gotta have more Fish Dude.
I believe
I have the fever, and the only prescription is more Fish Dude. The whole business.
Oh, of course, yeah, of course.
He's renaming his Twitch channel Fish Dude Ariel. So
Yeah, I doubt that one.
Fish Dude _ SRL.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Underscore SDA.
Oh man, yeah. Good one. Does anyone remember SDA? I know you have to be an old man to know SDA at this point.
We're gonna go real old school with that one.
That's right. But I mean, we're nothing if not old school here on RGL TV, so it plays.
It's true.
That's kind of our
Kind of a
business.
thing here, yeah.
Well, guys, thanks so much for participating. Is there anything else you guys want to throw out there? Anything you wanted to plug coming up for your streams, or any other events you're participating in coming up before we get out of here?
Brain Drain for next remix.
I heard
That's it.
Double Dragon for next remix, so we've written that one down.
So I seriously, in all honesty, you guys need to make peace with some of these games. I'm not saying the Double Dragon is definitely going to be in Tiny 10 remix number 5, but it's going to be in a remix at some point. So, mentally prepare yourselves.
I mean, I really want to play Double Dragon just because people have been complaining so much about it, so I kind of hope it's in there. Otherwise, I'm hoping for Money Idol Exchange, like hard mode or something.
I really wanted to put Money Idol Exchange. This was one where I kind of like for the challenge of it, but also because I wanted to not like we had a fewer games from it. With Tiny 10's numbers 7 through 11, fewer games overall had come from the more recent Tiny 10s because they haven't been out as long. So I saw Money Idol Exchange, was like, yeah, let's get that in there, and I just I like held off on it, and I think we ended up with Quirk instead as the puzzle game this time, which I think that was a simple enough one, but I really like Money Idol Exchanger. I'm very familiar with Money Puzzle Exchanger for Neo Geo, so it was cool to find out again another Tiny 10 discovery from Mo and EBC that game existed for Game Boy at all, and then to see that it's pretty cool. So it'll be on there at one time, and people will complain less about that than Double Dragon. So I just want everyone to be, I just want everyone to know, Dr. Wily's Revenge is going to be on there at some point.
Yo.
If they ever put Rockman World 5 in one of the Tiny 10s, I'll put it on there. Who knows if they ever will? They got to get around to like Shaq Fu first, I guess, but whatever.
You just wait until Battletoads Double Dragon makes its appearance.
Oh no!
I'm still waiting for Alien 3.
Oh yeah, I mean Alien 3, sure, that's another one.
For that for years.
Battletoads, Battletoads has already been in a Tiny 10, so we'll do the full run of that at some point as well.
Battletoads Game Boy, not Battletoads Ragnarok World either. We could put that in as well too.
I'm having PTSD.
If you want to do NES Battletoads on the Game Boy, we got you.
I mean, a little bit of PTSD has to be in these, because if we just slammed all the best games in, we'd do like 3 remixes, and then everyone would just boycott the rest of them because we would have burned through all the great games real quick. I know. I don't want to play Castlevania Adventure. What the hell?
That's how Tiny 10 was.
I know. That's why
Tiny 10 was before my time.
Yeah, it's a real pain.
Tiny 10 1. I'm just like, dude, Mo, you put literally all of the big bangers in Tiny 10.
Yeah,
1.
and Mo's response always is what, Mo? Whenever I bring that up, or whenever EBC brings that up, that you jammed all the great games into Tiny 10 1, what is your response?
I just didn't know better back then.
Well, you didn't know that there was going to be a Tiny 10 number 2.
Indeed.
So, yeah.
I was like, what? 2 of these? No way.
No, every time I go to put a remix list together, I'm like, all right, let's put this. That was in Tiny 10 number 1. We can't do all of Tiny 10 number 1. Okay, well, I'll use this game instead. That was also from Tiny 10 number 1. Damn it. Okay, well, we can't use that one. Well, this great game is definitely not from Tiny 10. It's totally from Tiny 10 number 1 also. Great. Thanks, Mo. It's wonderful.
Dude, there's so
I'm guessing
times.
one of them was Kid Dracula because I'm still waiting for it to appear.
Hey, man, listen, I know, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm trying to get these games in too, but I can't just do everything from Tiny 10 1 in one remix. Blame Mo! It's all Mo's fault.
True. Dude, it's funny, like, whenever Mo and I are, like, looking at, like, games to, like, put into the next Tiny 10, because, like, Mo plays a lot more Game Boy games than I do, especially nowadays, and, like, he'll be like, what do you think of this game? Like, I'll watch this stream, like, plays it, and it's like, I don't know. But, like, I was just like, well, what about this game? And it's like, oh, I think that was in, like, Tiny 10, like, 3. I was like, oh. All right, well, about this game? Well, like, that was in Tiny 10 1. Oh. Okay. So there's a lot of this, like, even I have a hard time remembering, like, what games are in the lists now, too, so.
Yeah.
Because we're on, what, like, Tiny 10...
This will be 12, the next one.
12? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, something I wanted to ask was like I haven't kept pace with the Discord much, but I always find it interesting to know which of the world records been beaten during the practice time and such. And I know Jetson got beaten, and I think Turtles got beaten by the current world record holder as well during this time.
Mm-hmm.
Was there
Yeah. He got to
other
20, I
than that?
think.
Yeah,
I-
he found a new route.
I don't think there was another one actually.
I don't think so. The funny thing about this specific list is that most of the games are pretty optimized already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're telling me that no one beat the Quirk record?
No,
Dude,
sorry.
I am-
Quirk and Amazing Tater records are insanely optimized.
Disappointed!
Coming from an Amazing Tater runner,
Yeah.
those records are
Also,
optimized.
the Quirk record is based on in-game timing, and the in-game
Right.
timing is
Yeah.
very wrong. So
Yeah.
you gotta be lucky to
As it
get
often
that
is.
record,
Yeah,
not just play good.
right.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so, Josh, anything else before we get out of here that you want to throw out there?
No, nothing from me. Just thanks for putting this together.
Oh, well, thank you so much for racing. Ariel, anything else?
Just, yeah. Thank you for putting this together. I'm hoping
I-
QT12 will be good.
It's gonna be
It'll be
terrible.
amazing.
It's nothing but Maru's mission. Ha!
It'll be amazing, I promise.
I
It's
would
gonna be the
totally
best Tiny
believe that
10.
if Mo if Mo started to repeat games in Tiny 10, then I would totally believe that.
Yeah, no. Unlike some other multi-game races, we don't repeat games. Well, I guess the entire Tiny 10 remix is a whole repeat race. But besides that, the real Tiny 10, there's no repeats. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. We saved that for the remix.
I know how
and
this goes. Come on.
And then we repeat everything on the remix. So that's the whole point. Honestly, I started doing the remix just so I would have an excuse to play the games, and then I just host the races and don't actually play any of the games. So it really did not work out at all according to plan. But you guys seem to like it, so that's cool. Anywho, JKL, anything else you want to throw out before we get out of here?
No, just hoping for another race coming up soon, so I have something to do. So.
Well, there will definitely be other stuff coming up here on RGL TV, and Mo and EBC. Why don't you go ahead and let everyone else know what's going on with the next Tiny 10, so they can get excited for that coming up in a few months.
Yeah, like always, we will reveal the list during October somewhere, and the race will take place on a month later in November. Like that's just how we're always gonna do it, and have been doing it. We are not gonna reveal anything yet for it. We just made a fun list, and we want to keep it a total secret because we are pretty hyped for it. And it's all I can say is all the games are basically around a team. So the Tiny 10 12 is one team, and all games will be based upon that team. So good luck figuring that out, because there's a lot of teams around. But yeah.
For non-Belgium speakers, he means theme. For us
Team, yeah.
English. No, it's okay. It's okay, Mo. I just didn't want people to be like, "What teams are?"
What teams?
Like, what do you mean? I mean, like,
I swear I was actually wondering that.
Yeah,
Thank you
see?
for clarifying.
what are you talking about? Arsenal? You know? Yeah. So themes. It's a very specific theme for Tiny 10 number 12.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Metroidvania theme only has 2 games.
And none of them are Metroid somehow.
Mo loves the term Metroidvania.
Yeah, I will never use that.
Loves the term Metroidvania.
No, he just calls them Vanias. That's all.
Oh boy.
Aye.
But so no reveal of one game like last time. It will all be a surprise. Like, we even hit the entire list from the Game Boy community, because usually people have access to that, but nope.
Yeah.
It's all hidden.
Honestly, better this way.
Once we had the list, once we had the list and organized the list, I literally pulled the link out of Discord.
Yeah.
Honestly, better this way. I much prefer being surprised.
Yep.
Well, you guys are going to be
still
surprised.
have a research list, but yeah, we don't have the actual list anymore.
Yeah, the research list is still there. But yeah, no, like Mo said, we'll have the reveal in October, the race in November. I know you all at RGL got a lot going on within the coming months.
Well, yeah, I mean, just tomorrow we're wrapping up submissions for the Turbo Fest, our first ever TurboGrafx themed marathon. That's going to be taking place July 16th. See what we did there? It's TurboGrafx 16 on the 16th.
That's the day before my birthday.
Oh, well, we did that for that specific reason. That's why we talked about Bonk.
You
Yes.
did it for that reason, right
Yes.
there.
EBC Fest, also known as Turbo Fest. Coming up on July 16th. So if anyone, if you're hearing this and you run a TurboGrafx game and you haven't submitted yet, go to our Twitter. That's the easiest way to find the link to it. It's on Angus, which is not spelled like the word Angus, but I am led to believe that it's pronounced like Angus. OENGUS.io.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had no idea how you pronounced that.
Yeah, apparently that's what it is.
Just write it in Google Translate and let it speak.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, next weekend, everybody, the GBA Sprint 5-game Game Boy Advance race. So if you want more handheld or portable marathon action, that is coming up next Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And yeah, more to come after that. But those are the main events coming up in most recent or soonest here on RGL TV. But it looks like Narblast is just starting the
Boss Rush.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot the name of what that's called when you fight a lot of bosses in a row for a second. Boss Rush. So we're going to give him a host, send him some love, and go cheer him on as he's wrapping up this game. He may or may not have to do Roland's Curse. We're not really sure what happened in the interim when after that whole affair, but everything should be above board now. So go cheer on Narblast. Make sure you follow all of our runners. And congratulations again to Ariel and Josh for finishing first and second place today. And appreciate all of our runners who participated in the run and the race today. You all are great. And take care, everyone. We'll see you next mission.
Ta-ta.
Ta-ta. Toodles.